Chapter 1. The heavens make a mistake. The sky split open like a wounded creature, and reality itself screamed. Qin Shan was in the middle of harvesting rice when the first bolt came down. He felt it rather than saw it. A sensation like the world had suddenly tilted sideways, all the air getting sucked up towards something that should never exist in the mortal realm. The bolt was thicker than an old oak, pure white gold, and it didn't strike just one person. It struck everything. The Qin village had stood on this fertile plain for 7 generations. 300 souls called it home. Farmers, craftspeople, children playing by the river, grandmothers sitting in doorways. The village square where the market happened every 5th day. The temple where they prayed to the earth spirits for good harvests. All of it became ash in an instant. Qin Shan was perhaps 300 feet away when the tribulation descended, far enough that he survived. Far enough to feel the heat sear his skin like a brand. Far enough to watch 300 people simply cease to exist, their bodies reduced to wisps of smoke and scattered bone. His parents, who had raised him. His younger brother, who was only 12. His wife, May, who had been 3 months pregnant with their child. He fell to his knees in the scorched earth. For the next hour, he simply knelt there, unable to process what his eyes had seen. His mind kept trying to rewind time, to find some mistake in the sequence of events. If he had been just 30 feet closer, he would have died too. That seemed kinder now. As the sun began to set, painting the devastated landscape in shades of dying orange, Qin Shan became aware of a presence. Not a person. Something vast and fundamentally wrong, like the sky itself had developed a consciousness and was now staring down at him. A voice spoke, though not in words. It was more like understanding inserted directly into his brain, bypassing language entirely. Asterisk mortal. This was an error. Asterisk Qin Shan's head snapped up. What? Asterisk the tribulation you witnessed was not intended for this location. The cultivator passing through your airspace was supposed to encounter it 50 miles west of here. The Heavenly Dao miscalculated. Your village and its inhabitants were collateral damage. Asterisk in any other circumstance, Qin Shan might have found the apology laughable. As if an apology meant anything when 300 people were dead. But there was something different about this voice. It carried weight. It carried consequence. It carried the absolute authority of something that couldn't be questioned or refused. An error, Qin Shan whispered. His voice was hollow, broken. Asterisk yes. And the Heavenly Dao does not create errors without compensation. You are owed a debt, Qin Shan. A karmic debt of immense magnitude. Asterisk the presence began to withdraw, but before it could fade entirely, something changed. The air around Qin Shan's body began to shimmer and shift. A golden glow spread outward from his core, and suddenly he could feel something new settling into his consciousness like a heavy weight being placed on his shoulders. It was information, but information of a type he didn't have words for. It seemed to branch and grow like a living thing, mapping itself across his thoughts. When the presence of the Heavenly Dao had fully retreated, leaving only the wind and the smell of ash, Qin Shan found that he could access what it had given him. It was like looking at a ledger written in light. At the top, Karmic Ledger System. Below that, a single entry in the ledger. Karmic debt owed to Qin Shan. 3 million points asterisk reason. Execution error by Heavenly Tribulation Authority. Civilian casualties, 300. Karma accumulated per casualty, 10,000 points. Total accrual, 3 million points. Asterisk status, active. Available for redemption and cultivation resources, techniques, artifacts, or direct power allocation. Asterisk. Qin Shan sat in the middle of the scorched field where his village had been, staring at words that only he could see. He didn't laugh. He didn't cry. He simply existed in a state beyond emotion for a long time, processing the fact that the universe had done the impossible. It had acknowledged its mistake, and it was going to pay. The next morning, Qin Shan took the clothes off a corpse he found in the ruins and began walking. He needed to find someone who could explain what he had been given. The Karmic Ledger System was alien to him, but it operated on principles that seemed logical enough. He had debt owed to him. That debt could be cashed in. The question was, where? Who would accept it? He walked for 5 days, living off what the land provided. His body had been strong from farming. and now he discovered that the Karmic Ledger System was already beginning to affect subtle changes. His limbs moved faster than they should have. His hunger diminished to nothing. His wounds, which should have been severe from the tribulation exposure, healed at an accelerated rate. It was on the 6th day that he saw the gates. The Jade Radiant sect was one of the smaller immortal sects in the region, but by mortal standards, it was impossible. The gates alone were 10 stories tall, carved from pure white jade, and inscribed with runes that hurt to look at directly. Beyond them, he could see pagodas and towers that seemed to shift in and out of focus, as if they existed partially in a different layer of reality. Disciples in flowing robes moved between the buildings, their movements too graceful to be entirely human. Qin Shan pushed through the gates and walked directly toward what looked like the main hall. He made it perhaps 50 feet before someone noticed him. A young man in green robes, probably in his late teens by appearance though his eyes suggested he was much older, suddenly appeared in his path. "Mortal," the disciple said, not unkindly. "This is a restricted area. You should not be here. You'll be instantly erased by the sect formations if you go further." Qin Shan stopped walking. He had been prepared for rejection. He was not prepared for how his body would respond when he tried to think about leaving. The Karmic Ledger System was vibrating inside him like a struck bell. "I need to speak to someone in authority," Qin Shan said. "I have a claim that needs to be addressed." The disciple's expression flickered with uncertainty. A claim? What kind of claim could a mortal possibly have? A karmic claim, against the Heavenly Dao itself. The words hung in the air between them. Qin Shan watched as the disciple's face went pale, then flushed with color, then went pale again. Whatever hierarchy the Jade Radiant sect operated under, it apparently included direct responsibility for handling disputes with heavenly authority. "Wait here," the disciple said finally. "Don't move. Don't speak to anyone. I'll bring someone." 20 minutes later, an old woman appeared. She moved like moving was something she did as a courtesy to younger beings who expected it, not because she actually needed to. Her eyes were gray like storm clouds, and when she looked at Qin Shan, he felt like she was reading something written across his skin. "You claim karmic debt against the Heavenly Dao," she said. "I claim karmic debt owed to me," Qin Shan corrected. "The Heavenly Dao destroyed my village in an error. 300 casualties. I was told I would be compensated. The debt is real." The old woman was silent for a very long moment. Then she extended her hand. "Show me," she said. Qin Shan didn't know how, but he reached out anyway. The moment their hands touched, he felt the Karmic Ledger System unfold itself, expanding outward like a flower blooming. The old woman gasped. When she withdrew her hand, there were tears in her storm cloud eyes. "This is genuine," she said quietly. "The Heavenly Dao seal is all over this. You really are owed a debt of 3 million karma points." She paused, studying him with renewed intensity. "What do you intend to do with it?" "I don't know," Qin Shan admitted. "That's why I came here. I need guidance on how to use it." The old woman began to smile. It was not a kind expression. "Well," she said, "you've come to the right place. My name is Elder Lu. Welcome to the Jade Radiant sect. We have much to discuss about your debt and how the heavens are going to pay." Chapter 2. The price of heaven. Elder Lu's private chambers were contained within a tower that rose so high its top seemed to vanish into the clouds themselves. The climb to reach it left Qin Shan's legs burning despite his enhanced body, but he pushed forward. The old woman climbed effortlessly, even pausing occasionally to let him catch up, which somehow felt more insulting than if she had simply left him behind. The top chamber was circular, with windows on all sides that looked out over vast stretches of landscape. Maps hung from the walls, and several were drawn on materials Qin Shan had no names for. But his attention was immediately drawn to a large table in the center of the room, where Elder Lu gestured for him to sit. The Karmic Ledger System is a phenomenon that hasn't been seen in recorded history. Elder Lu began, pouring tea into delicate cups. The Heavenly Dao rarely acknowledges its errors, and when it does, compensation is usually provided directly to the spirit realm, not transferred to a mortal. Your situation is unprecedented. Is that good or bad? Qin Shan asked. Both, Elder Lu said, settling into her own chair. Bad because it means the Heavenly Dao is truly desperate. 3 million karma points is an enormous debt. The only way the Heavenly Dao would acknowledge something so massive is if the error was so profound that ignoring it would cause fundamental imbalances in the celestial order. She sipped her tea. Good, because you now possess something that every cultivator in existence wants. Karma points can be converted into virtually anything. Power, knowledge, artifacts, techniques. You can use them to accelerate your cultivation at a rate that would be impossible for normal practitioners. Qin Shan considered this. Can I refuse to accept it? Elder Lu looked surprised. Why would you refuse? Because those 3 million points came from 300 deaths, Qin Shan said quietly. My mother, my brother, my wife. I don't want to benefit from their deaths. I want them back. That is not possible, Elder Lu said, with surprising gentleness. Death is absolute. The only thing you can do is ensure their deaths were not meaningless. And in that regard, the Karmic Ledger System offers you a unique opportunity. What opportunity? Leverage, Elder Lu said. The Heavenly Dao owes you. That means when you make demands, they must be fulfilled or karmic balance breaks. You can use that leverage to reshape things, to change how the heavens operate, to perhaps prevent other villages from being destroyed in similar errors. Qin Shan felt something stir inside him at those words. It wasn't hope exactly, but it was close enough to hope that he could work with it. How do I start? He asked. Elder Lu smiled again, and this time it was less predatory and more calculating. That depends on what you want. Are you interested in cultivation resources, direct power allocation, techniques, or are you interested in something else entirely? Qin Shan thought about the 300 people who had died. He thought about his village, which had been nothing special, which had produced no great heroes or cultivators or geniuses. Just 300 ordinary lives, grinding through existence the way most of the world did. I want information, he said finally. I want to understand how the tribulation system works. I want to know if this was truly a mistake, or if something else caused it. Elder Lu's expression became unreadable. That is a dangerous path to walk. Then I'll walk it, Qin Shan said. The old woman studied him for a long moment, then rose and walked to one of the windows. Beyond it, the landscape stretched out in all directions. Mountains, valleys, forests, rivers. Thousands of villages like Qin Shan's own, most of which he would never see. The tribulation system is governed by the Heavenly Tribulation Authority, Elder Lu explained. They are appointed by the Heavenly Dao itself to manage cultivation breakthroughs. When a cultivator reaches a critical boundary, the Tribulation Authority triggers the appropriate trial. It's supposedly an impartial, mechanical process. But, Qin Shan prompted, but the Tribulation Authority is staffed by immortals, which means it's staffed by beings with agendas, loyalties, and motivations. It is theoretically possible to influence a tribulation's location or intensity. Elder Lu turned back to face him. It is theoretically possible that your village was not an accident. The words landed heavy in the chamber. You mean someone did this on purpose? Qin Shan asked. I mean someone might have, Elder Lu corrected. To find out, you would need to investigate the tribulation itself, trace it back to its source, and determine who authorized it. That is not something I can help you with directly. It is beyond the scope of even my authority in the sect. But you can point me toward who can, Qin Shan said. Elder Lu returned to her seat. I can offer you training. I can offer you entry into the cultivation world as someone with legitimate karmic standing. Beyond that, you are on your own. But Qin Shan, if you pursue this, you need to understand something. What? If your suspicions are correct, if your village's destruction was intentional, then you will be making enemies of beings far more powerful than you. The Heavenly Dao may owe you debt, but it has limitations. It cannot directly intervene in conflicts between cultivators. It can only ensure that contractual obligations are met. If someone tried to kill you, the Heavenly Dao could not simply strike them down for you. It could only enforce the debt if you present a legitimate claim for damages. So I would need proof, Qin Shan said. Yes, Elder Lu confirmed. Absolute, undeniable proof. And the only way to get that would be to deliberately provoke your enemies, survive their attacks, and document the evidence along the way. It's a strategy that would require more wisdom than your appearance suggests you possess. Qin Shan felt a spark of anger at that. How old are you? Older than your entire civilization, Elder Lu replied without hesitation. And how much of that time did you spend mourning the 300 people I lost? Elder Lu's expression softened, just slightly. None of it. I am sorry for your loss, but I did not know those 300 people, and my mourning would be performative. What I can do is offer you honest counsel. And my honest counsel is that you are capable of far more than you believe. The Karmic Ledger System chose you as its anchor point for a reason. The Heavenly Dao chose me by accident, Qin Shan said bitterly. Perhaps, Elder Lu said. Or perhaps there are no accidents in the heavens, only patterns we are too small to perceive. Either way, you will need to decide what comes next. Do you wish to remain in the sect while you gather information? Or do you wish to begin your investigation immediately? Qin Shan considered his options. He had no family left, no home to return to, nothing but time and a debt that the heavens owed him. I'll start immediately, he said. But before I go, there's one more thing I need to ask. If the Heavenly Dao owes me karma, and I need to cash in a portion of it to survive and investigate, how do I do that? Elder Lu reached into her robes and produced a jade token, about the size of a palm, inscribed with symbols that seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles. This is a karma token linked to your Karmic Ledger System, Elder Lu explained. Present it to any sect, any cultivation resource merchant, or any being with legitimate authority, and they can access the debt. They can exchange services or resources for karma points, and the Heavenly Dao will automatically deduct those points from your balance. Qin Shan reached out and took the token. The moment it touched his skin, the Karmic Ledger System vibrated with recognition. The debt is now partially visible to the outside world, Elder Lu continued. Any person with even basic spiritual cultivation will be able to sense the karmic presence around you. Some will be awed by it, some will be afraid of it, and some will try to use it against you. Thank you for the warning, Qin Shan said, pocketing the token. One final piece of advice, Elder Lu said as Qin Shan moved toward the door. When you begin your investigation, you will discover that the Tribulation Authority keeps records. Those records are stored in the Hall of Celestial Accounts, which is located in the Divine Citadel, the capital of the heavenly realms. Getting there will require either ascending to immortality or finding someone willing to grant you safe passage. And obtaining safe passage? That would require political leverage. That would require allies. That would require you to accumulate your own power base while you investigate. Elder Lu smiled slightly. In other words, it would require you to do exactly what your presence forces other sects to do. Qin Shan understood then. He was not just a man with a debt. He was a living reminder that the heavens could fail, that the natural order was not infallible. His very existence would make sects nervous. His very existence would force them to take him seriously. He left Elder Lu's chambers and began walking down the tower. Behind him, he could sense the old woman watching his departure, curious to see what a simple farmer with 3 million karma points would do. By the time he reached the gates of the Jade Radiance sect, Qin Shan had made his decision. He would not remain hidden. He would not cultivate in isolation. He would walk into every sect that might have information about the tribulation, and he would demand compensation from the heavens itself until his questions were answered. The Heavenly Dao had made a mistake. Now it was time to collect. Chapter 3. The Debt Collector. The next sect Qin Shan visited was the Azure Sky School, 2 days' walk from the Jade Radiance sect. This time, he did not ask for permission to enter. He simply walked through the outer gates as if he owned them. A disciple intercepted him almost immediately. "Mortal, you cannot. I am Qin Shan, and I am here to make a claim," he interrupted. "Bring me someone with the authority to negotiate with the Heavenly Dao." The disciple's face went pale. Qin Shan was beginning to understand that mentioning the Heavenly Dao had an almost magical effect on cultivators. It was like invoking a taboo name, something that made the entire world flinch. 20 minutes later, he was in the office of the Azure Sky School's treasurer, a portly man named Master Chun, whose cultivation base was solid but not exceptional. Master Chun stared at the karma token for several long seconds before looking up at Qin Shan. "This is genuine," Master Chun said, and there was awe in his voice. "Yes," Qin Shan replied. "My village was destroyed in a tribulation error. The Heavenly Dao owes me compensation. I'm here to discuss how your sect can assist in resolving that debt." Master Chun began to sweat. "Assist? You mean, you're asking us to contribute resources toward compensating a karmic debt? I'm asking if you will. If you will not, I will contact the Heavenly Dao and inform them that the Azure Sky School has refused to honor a legitimate karmic claim." I assumed the consequences of such refusal would be significant. It was a bluff. Qin Shan didn't actually know what would happen if he made such a claim. But Master Qin didn't know that, and Qin Shan was beginning to understand that leverage was primarily about convincing others that you possessed it. Master Qin rose and walked to a window overlooking the sect's inner grounds. When he spoke, his voice was careful. How much are you asking for? 100,000 karma points in cultivation resources, Qin Shan said, making a number that sounded large but not impossible. The conversion rate is 1 point per 1 taels of spirit stones, correct? Master Qin turned back to him. You have been educated. Elder Lu of the Jade Radiant sect explained the basics, Qin Shan said. Do you have 100,000 taels of spirit stones available? Or do we need to contact the Heavenly Dao about your sect's refusal? The threat was implied so heavily it was almost explicit. Master Qin's hands trembled slightly as he walked to a cabinet and withdrew a large box. This contains spirit stones, he said quietly. I will need to verify the quantity with a scale, but I believe this is approximately 100,000 taels. Will you accept it? Qin Shan approached and peered into the box. The spirit stones glowed with a soft inner light, and the moment he saw them, the Karmic Ledger System activated automatically. He felt the system calculating, processing, converting karmic debt into tangible resources. When he looked at the ledger in his mind, the balance had changed. Karmic debt owed to Qin Shan. 2,900,000 points. I accept, Qin Shan said. Master Qin's relief was palpable. What else? Do you require accommodations? Training? A position within the sect? Information, Qin Shan said. I need to know about the tribulation that destroyed my village. Can your sect access records from the Tribulation Authority? Master Qin's relief transformed into anxiety. That is, a different matter entirely. Tribulation records are restricted. Accessing them without authorization would be considered an offense against Heavenly Authority. Then I will contact the Heavenly Dao and request access myself, Qin Shan said. Unless you have concerns about that? No, Master Qin said quickly. No concerns. Please, feel free to make that request yourself. The Tribulation Authority would be more suited to handle such an inquiry. Qin Shan picked up the box of spirit stones. It was heavier than he expected, but his enhanced body handled it easily. Thank you for your cooperation, he said, moving toward the door. Wait, Master Qin called out. What you're doing? Walking from sect to sect, demanding payment. Do you understand how dangerous that is? Qin Shan paused at the doorway. The Heavenly Dao owes me debt. As long as that debt exists, I'm safer than almost anyone else in the cultivation world. Perhaps, Master Qin said, but debt eventually runs out. When your karma is spent, you'll be just a mortal farmer again. Then the enemies you've made will have nothing stopping them from crushing you. Then I'd better spend my karma wisely, Qin Shan replied. He left the Azure Sky School the next morning, and word of his visit spread like wildfire through the cultivation community. Within a week, his reputation had begun to crystallize. He was the debt collector, the mortal with karmic backing from the Heavenly Dao itself, walking between sects and demanding compensation. The response from the cultivation world was mixed. Some sects paid willingly, terrified of angering Heavenly Authority. Others refused, and then watched in shock as their skies began to rumble ominously whenever Qin Shan made a claim. Those rumbles never resolved into actual lightning. But the implication was clear. The heavens recognized the debt. Other sects tried a different approach. They offered him cultivation training, positions of honor, even disciples as companions. One ambitious sect leader attempted to marry his daughter to Qin Shan, thinking to bind him through marriage alliance. Qin Shan accepted some offers and refused others, but his pattern remained consistent. He was methodical, he was fair, and he always explained that he was simply collecting what the Heavenly Dao owed him. He was not extracting payment for personal power or wealth. He was enforcing a contract. And yet, something unexpected began to happen. As more sects paid him, as more spirit stones and resources flowed into his possession, Qin Shan found that he couldn't simply sit on a pile of wealth. He needed to do something with it. And the thing he did was begin cultivating. With Elder Lu's instruction and the resources he had accumulated, Qin Shan started the path toward qi condensation. His body, which had been enhanced by the Karmic Ledger System from the beginning, seemed almost designed for cultivation. Where most mortals would need years to reach the early stages of qi condensation, Qin Shan achieved it in 2 months. From qi condensation to foundation establishment took another 3 months. By the time Qin Shan reached the foundation establishment realm, he was no longer merely a mortal with karmic backing. He was becoming something new, something the cultivation world had never encountered before, and the sects were beginning to get nervous. Chapter 4. The conspiracy revealed 6 months after beginning his investigation, Qin Shan finally made contact with the Tribulation Authority. It happened not through official channels, but through an unexpected visitor who appeared at a small inn where Qin Shan was staying. The visitor was a woman who looked to be in her 30s, though the way she moved and the ancient depth in her eyes suggested she was far older. She wore robes of pure white with gold embroidery, and when she entered the inn, the other patrons became very suddenly aware that they had business elsewhere. Qin Shan, she said, sitting across from him without waiting for an invitation. I am Celestial Judge Li, of the Tribulation Authority. I have been authorized to speak with you regarding your investigation. You were waiting for me to make a formal claim through proper channels, Qin Shan observed. We were, Judge Li confirmed. However, your reputation has grown to the point where ignoring you is no longer an option. The Heavenly Dao itself has begun receiving complaints from various sects about your methods. Complaints? Qin Shan asked. Or did they complain about the rumbling skies? Judge Li smiled. It was not a warm expression. The skies rumble to remind them that the debt is real. Whether they interpret that as compensation or threat is their own concern. She leaned forward slightly. But I am here to tell you something that may alter your investigation significantly. The tribulation that destroyed your village was not a simple error. Qin Shan felt something shift inside him. He had suspected this for months, had pursued every lead and investigated every angle, but hearing it confirmed was different. Someone deliberately caused it? He asked. Someone deliberately mislabeled the location coordinates in the Tribulation Authority systems, Judge Li said. The cultivator who was supposed to trigger the tribulation was a man named Chun Wei, a peak golden core cultivator attempting to break through to nascent soul. The tribulation he needed was massive, the kind that brings heaven and earth crashing down on a single point. She paused, watching his reaction carefully. That tribulation was supposed to occur 50 miles to the west of your village, in an area of mountainous terrain with no human settlements. Instead, it was redirected to your village. The administrator who made the change left a false trail leading back to a random clerical error. It took me 3 months and full access to the authorities' most restricted records to determine that the misdirection was intentional. Who was responsible? Qin Shan asked, his voice very quiet. That is where the investigation becomes complicated, Judge Li said. The person who entered the false coordinates is a minor administrator named Luo Ming. However, Luo Ming is not the person who orchestrated this. He was following orders from someone higher in the chain, someone powerful enough to give orders that override standard protocols. Can you tell me who? Not with absolute certainty, Judge Li said, but I can narrow it down. The order came from one of 3 people, Immortal Sage Su, Immortal Sage Wu, or Immortal Sage Lin. These are 3 of the most powerful immortals in the heavenly hierarchy, and they have been rivals for centuries. Qin Shan processed this information. 3 potential enemies, all far more powerful than him, all with access to the heavenly bureaucracy, all presumably with reasons to want Qin Wei either dead or severely weakened. Why would they do it, he asked. That, you will need to determine yourself, Judge Li said. But I can tell you this. Qin Wei is now an immortal ascension cultivator. The tribulation he endured enhanced rather than impeded his growth. He is no longer a threat to any of the immortal sages. She rose from her seat. I am giving you this information because the Heavenly Dao is curious. Because your investigation may lead to conclusions that force us to examine our own systems. And because, personally, I believe that if an immortal sage deliberately murdered 300 innocent people to accomplish some hidden goal, they should answer for it. Will the Heavenly Dao punish them? Qin Shan asked. That depends on what you prove, Judge Li said. If you can demonstrate that one of the sages acted with clear intent to cause harm, there may be consequences. But immortals are not easy to prosecute. They have allies, influence, and centuries of preparation for exactly this scenario. Qin Shan rose as well. How much karmic debt does an immortal sage's life count for? Judge Li's expression became unreadable. That is not a question I can answer. But I can tell you that if you were to somehow prove an immortal sage was responsible for your village's destruction, the karmic consequences would be astronomical, large enough to make even celestial beings take notice. She moved toward the door, then paused. One more thing. Chen Wei is currently residing in the Thunder Peak sect, about 500 miles east of your current location. He may not know why the tribulation was aimed at him, but he almost certainly knows something about the orchestration. If you were to confront him and demand information, you would be well within your rights, as someone owed karmic debt. After Judge Li left, Qin Shan sat alone in the inn, staring at the place where she had been. 3 immortal sages, possible conspirators, and Chen Wei, the man who had unknowingly triggered the deaths of 300 people. It was time to go to the Thunder Peak sect. Chapter 5. The meeting with Chen Wei. The Thunder Peak sect was built directly on a massive mountain that seemed to pierce the sky. Qin Shan could feel the cultivation base radiating from the mountain itself. It was not just a building, but a massive formation array designed to accumulate and harmonize heavenly energy. The disciples at the gate were far more respectful this time. Word of the debt collector had spread well beyond the first few sections. They recognized the karma token immediately and escorted Qin Shan directly to the sect master's chambers. But Qin Shan waved them off. "I don't need the sect master," he said. "I need to meet with your guest, the immortal cultivator Chen Wei." The disciples exchanged nervous glances. "That may be difficult," one of them said. Chen Wei entered seclusion 3 months ago to stabilize his cultivation after breaking through to immortal ascension. "Then I'll wait," Qin Shan said. "Tell him the debt collector is here." It took 2 weeks. Chen Wei emerged from his seclusion chamber looking like a man remade. His cultivation base was so powerful that the air around him seemed to shimmer and distort. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and his eyes held the peculiar intensity of someone who had stared into the face of heaven and refused to be broken. When he saw Qin Shan in the meditation hall where they had agreed to meet, he smiled. It was not a friendly smile. "So you're the one everyone has been talking about," Chen Wei said. "The mortal with the heavenly debt. I have to admit, I was curious to see what you looked like." "Your tribulation destroyed my village," Qin Shan said without preamble. 300 people died because someone deliberately mislabeled the tribulation coordinates. I have come to collect the karmic debt that entails. Chen Wei's smile faded. "My tribulation? I didn't direct where my tribulation would occur. The Tribulation Authority determined that." "But you know who did," Qin Shan said. It was not a question. Chen Wei walked to a window and gazed out over the sect's grounds. When he spoke again, his voice was very quiet. 3 years ago, I was a golden core cultivator like thousands of others. I had talent, skill, but no real path forward. I was trapped on the threshold of nascent soul without the resources or allies to push through. He paused. Then someone approached me with an offer. They said they could arrange for a tribulation to be delivered to a specific location. All I had to do was sit back and receive the benefits. "Who approached you?" Qin Shan asked. "I never met them in person," Chen Wei said. "They communicated through an intermediary. The intermediary told me that if I agreed, they would ensure my tribulation occurred in a place where I would be exposed to maximum heavenly pressure without risk of external interference. They said I would emerge vastly more powerful than I would have otherwise." "And you agreed," Qin Shan said. "I was desperate," Chen Wei replied. "Desperation makes people accept terms they otherwise wouldn't. They said the tribulation site would be cleared of inhabitants. They said there would be no casualties." Qin Shan felt a flash of anger. "Except there were 300 of them." Chen Wei turned to face him. "I know. I found out after the fact. The tribulation struck your village, and in the chaos, something shifted. The heavenly energy responded to my desires in unexpected ways. Instead of destroying me, it transformed me. I became something more. And when I learned what the true cost was—" "You did nothing," Qin Shan finished. "I was given a new life," Chen Wei said. "The guilt was a small price for power." Qin Shan took a step forward. "Who was the intermediary? Who arranged this?" Chen Wei's expression became conflicted. "That's where it gets complicated. The intermediary is someone I trust. Someone who has become important to me. If I tell you their name, they will be prosecuted by the heavens. They will face the same trial that any conspirator would face." "Good," Qin Shan said. That is precisely what should happen. You don't understand, Chen Wei said. They did this not for power or glory, but because they were ordered to by someone higher in the hierarchy. The intermediary is just a tool, just like I was a tool. The real architect of this plan is one of three immortals, Sage Su, Sage Wu, or Sage Lin. They orchestrated this entire thing, and the intermediary just carried out their orders. Then the intermediary should be willing to testify against the sage who gave the orders, Qin Shan said. They won't, Chen Wei said flatly. Because if they do, the sage will simply deny it, and without direct evidence, the heavens can't move against an immortal sage. The intermediary would be destroyed for nothing. Qin Shan considered this. Chen Wei was right. The celestial system, like all systems of power, was designed to protect those at the top. An intermediary's testimony against an immortal sage would be worthless without corroboration. Then I need to find out why one of the sages wanted you elevated to immortal ascension, Qin Shan said. I've wondered that myself, Chen Wei replied. But I can give you a starting point. Investigate Sage Lin. About 2 years before my tribulation, she was involved in a conflict with another immortal faction that wanted to place their own candidate in the position of Heavenly Arbiter. The position became available when the previous Arbiter died. The sages have been maneuvering for the position ever since. You think Sage Lin wanted your power to support her bid for Heavenly Arbiter? Qin Shan asked. I think all three sages are using similar tactics, Chen Wei said. Creating new immortals, empowering allies, building factions. They're preparing for something. Something big enough that they're willing to sacrifice villages for it. Qin Shan absorbed this information. What he was looking at was not just a conspiracy to commit murder. He was looking at a deeper game of celestial politics, one where entire villages were just pawns in a larger struggle. The intermediary, Qin Shan said. I need their name. Chen Wei was silent for a very long time. Then he said, if I give you this name, you're going to destroy them. I need you to understand that. They are not evil. They are talented and intelligent and kind. They just made a terrible choice when faced with orders from a being far more powerful than they could resist. What is their name? Qin Shan asked again. Lu Wei. Chen Wei said quietly. She is a minor immortal, recently ascended. She is brilliant, and she is kind, and she made a mistake that cost 300 lives. I will not fight you if you go after her. I will not try to stop you. But I want you to know what you are doing before you do it. Qin Shan left the Thunder Peak sect that same day. Behind him, Chen Wei watched from the window, looking like a man burdened by knowledge he never wanted to carry. Chapter 6. The interrogation. It took 3 weeks to locate Lu Wei. She was residing in a minor celestial outpost responsible for managing mortal realms in the Northern Territories. When Qin Shan arrived at the outpost, he did not bother with courtesy. He walked directly into her meditation chamber and confronted her. Lu Wei was beautiful in the way celestial beings tended to be. Ageless, perfectly proportioned, with eyes that seemed to contain ancient wisdom. She was not particularly surprised by his appearance. You are the debt collector, she said, rising from her meditation cushion. I wondered when you would find me. You killed 300 people, Qin Shan said, following orders from someone more powerful than you. But you killed them nonetheless. Yes, Lu Wei said. There was no defensiveness in her voice, no excuse-making. Just you understand this is a betrayal? Qin Shan asked. Yes, Lu Wei said. But I betrayed my conscience once already. I don't intend to do it again. The two of them left the celestial outpost together, carrying proof of an immortal sage's conspiracy. Behind them, the machinery of the heavens began to notice. And for the first time, Qin Shan realized that the simple role of debt collector was no longer sufficient. He was becoming something more dangerous. He was becoming a threat to the celestial hierarchy itself. Chapter 7. The gathering of evidence. Over the next 2 months, Qin Shan and Lu Wei worked systematically to gather proof of Sage Lin's involvement. Lu Wei's knowledge of celestial bureaucracy proved invaluable. She knew which officials could be bribed, which ones were already loyal to factions, and which ones might be sympathetic to a justice-based claim. More importantly, Lu Wei had access to celestial records that no mortal could obtain. She pulled documentation of meetings between Sage Lin and other conspirators. She found records of resource transfers, of favors granted, of promises made. She compiled a dossier that was impossible to deny. But with each piece of evidence gathered, the danger increased. Sage Lin was not stupid. She would eventually notice that Lu Wei was no longer available for assignments. She would begin to investigate. Qin Shan and Lu Wei established a base of operations in a small, remote cultivation sect that had limited resources but an intense desire not to anger the debt collector. The sect master was a man named Sun Jian, who had been struggling to maintain his sect's relevance for years. With Qin Shan's presence and protection, suddenly disciples wanted to join him. Suddenly he had prestige. In exchange, Sun Jian allowed them to use his sect's libraries and secure chambers. It was in one of those chambers that Lu Wei revealed something unexpected. Sage Lin is not acting alone, she said, spreading several jade tablets across a table. Look at these communication records. She's coordinating with Sage Wu and Sage Su. The three of them are working together on something massive. Qin Shan studied the records. The Heavenly Arbiter position. Not just that, Lu Wei said. It's bigger. They're trying to reshape the entire structure of heavenly authority. The Heavenly Dao has operated the same way for millennia. 3 sages rule below the Heavenly Dao itself, and they balance each other out. But these 3 don't want balance. They want dominion. How? Qin Shan asked. By accumulating powerful followers, Lu Wei explained. By creating new immortals who are loyal to them. By positioning themselves as the only ones capable of managing the celestial realms. They want to become the de facto rulers, with the Heavenly Dao as a figurehead. Qin Shan absorbed this. So my village wasn't just collateral damage in a minor power play. It was part of a larger strategy to consolidate control of the heavens. Yes, Lu Wei confirmed. And it's not the only village that has suffered. Once I started investigating more carefully, I found evidence of similar manipulations across multiple regions. Sects have been empowered or weakened based on the sage's needs. Tribulations have been redirected multiple times. Entire bloodlines have been elevated or destroyed to shape the political landscape. How many people have died? Qin Shan asked quietly. Lu Wei did not answer immediately. When she did, her voice was very small. I cannot calculate exactly, but based on the tribulations I can identify, at least 50,000. Possibly more. 50,000. The number was so large it became almost abstract. 50,000 families destroyed, 50,000 legacies erased, 50,000 generations interrupted. The Heavenly Dao must know about this, Qin Shan said. The Heavenly Dao is not a person, Lu Wei explained. It's a system, an order, a principle. It acts through rules and records. If something is not brought to its attention through official channels, it may not notice at all. The Heavenly Dao is vast, but it is not omniscient. Qin Shan understood then what he had to do. He didn't just need to expose Sage Lin. He needed to force the Heavenly Dao to pay attention. He needed to make this matter so much that the heavens could not ignore it. We go public, he said. We present this evidence not to the Tribulation Authority, but to multiple sects simultaneously. We make sure that everyone knows about the conspiracy. We make it impossible to cover up. Lu Wei looked alarmed. If we do that, Sage Lin will move against us immediately. She won't wait for official proceedings. She'll simply kill us. Let her try, Qin Shan said. The Heavenly Dao owes me protection as long as I'm collecting legitimate karmic debt. And now that we have evidence of a crime that cost 50,000 lives, that debt is enormous. Sage Lin would have to defy the heavenly system itself to harm us. You're banking a lot on the Heavenly Dao actually enforcing that protection, Lu Wei said. Yes, Qin Shan acknowledged. But I don't have another option. We can't hide forever. We can only move forward and hope that the heavens value justice more than they value protecting one of their own. It was a calculated risk, but Qin Shan had learned something about the heavens in his months of investigation. They were bound by rules. They were constrained by karmic law. As long as he operated within the system, he had leverage. He just had to hope it was enough. Chapter 8. The demands. Qin Shan sent messages to 5 major sects simultaneously. The message was simple. He had evidence of a celestial conspiracy that had resulted in thousands of deaths. He would present this evidence at a public hearing in 3 days' time. All sects were invited and encouraged to attend. The response was immediate. Within 6 hours, celestial officials began appearing, demanding access to the evidence. Qin Shan refused. He would present the evidence at the public hearing, not in private meetings with officials who might be corrupted or influenced by the sages. By the next morning, There were celestial officials camped outside Xinjian's sect. By that evening, there were hundreds of them. Xinjian became increasingly nervous. "They're going to destroy my sect if this goes wrong," he said to Qin Shan. "They will do no such thing," Qin Shan replied. "Your sect is currently providing refuge to someone with legitimate karmic standing against the Heavenly Dao. If they destroy it, they will confirm that they are protecting the conspirators. They cannot afford that." It was a bluff, but it seemed to work. Shun Jin visibly relaxed, though worry did not leave his eyes entirely. On the morning of the hearing, the space outside Xinjian's sect had been transformed. Hundreds of sects had sent representatives. Celestial officials occupied the surrounding mountains. The heavens themselves seemed to be holding its breath. Qin Shan stood on a platform that had been hastily constructed, with Lu Wei beside him and the evidence tablets displayed for all to see. The crowd before him numbered in the thousands. "I am Qin Shan," he said, and his voice carried across the assembly through cultivation techniques. 3 months ago, my entire village was destroyed by a deliberately misdirected tribulation. The Heavenly Dao acknowledged that this was an error and owed me karmic compensation." He paused, letting that sink in. "But as I investigated the error, I discovered that it was not an error at all. It was an intentional act, ordered by immortal Sage Lin and carried out by the minor immortal Lu Wei. This jade tablet contains records of that conspiracy." He held up the tablet. Celestial officials began moving forward, trying to reach the platform, but Qin Shan continued. "What I discovered is that this conspiracy is not an isolated incident. Sage Lin, in coordination with Sage Wu and Sage Su, has been systematically manipulating celestial affairs to increase their power. They have redirected tribulations, destroyed or elevated sects based on their needs, and created new immortals to serve their interests." The crowd erupted in noise. Cultivation bases flared as sects began channeling energy in preparation for potential conflict. "I am not asking for punishment," Qin Shan said loudly. "That is for the Heavenly Dao to determine. But I am demanding that the Heavenly Dao investigate. I am demanding that these sages face judgment for their actions. And I am demanding that this conspiracy be exposed and dismantled." He raised his hand, and the karma token began to glow with an intense golden light. "I invoke the right granted to me by my karmic debt. I demand that the Heavenly Dao initiate a formal investigation into this matter. I demand that this hearing be recorded in the celestial records. And I demand that Sage Lin, Sage Wu, and Sage Su be summoned to answer for their crimes." The moment the words left his mouth, the sky split open. It was not violent or destructive. It was simply opened. And through that opening, an intelligence descended. Not a physical being, but an awareness. The presence of the Heavenly Dao itself, manifesting in response to his demands. When it spoke, the voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. This is a grave matter. The evidence presented raises significant questions about the conduct of celestial leadership. A formal investigation will be initiated. The accused sages will be summoned for testimony. All records related to this matter will be sealed pending the outcome of the investigation. The presence paused. Qin Shan, you have brought forth a legitimate claim against celestial authority. Your karmic debt has been noted as extended. You will receive additional compensation commensurate with the scope of this discovery. The presence withdrew, and the sky sealed itself. But the impact had been made. The Heavenly Dao had acknowledged his claim. The Heavenly Dao had ordered an investigation. And immortal Sage Lin had just become the object of a celestial inquiry. As the crowd erupted into chaos, Qin Shan felt something shift inside him. He was no longer just a mortal with karmic backing. He was becoming a force in celestial politics himself. And that made him infinitely more dangerous. Chapter 9. The Sage's Retaliation. Sage Lin's response came with the fury of someone who had been backed into a corner. She did not appear at the hearing. Instead, she sent 3 of her most powerful disciples to assassinate Qin Shan in the night. The assassins were formidable. They had each reached the nascent soul realm through talent and training. They moved like ghosts through Xinjian's sect, striking with perfect coordination and overwhelming force. But they had not counted on one thing: the Heavenly Dao's protection. The moment they attempted to strike Qin Shan down, the heavens intervened. Lightning descended on the assassins, not to destroy them, but to paralyze them. They were pinned to the ground by bolts of pure heavenly power, unable to move or escape. The message was clear. The Heavenly Dao was enforcing its protection. When Qin Shan emerged from his chambers and saw the three paralyzed assassins, he made a decision. Rather than demand their execution, he had them brought before him. "Your sage sent you to kill me," he said to them. "Which means she has decided to openly defy the Heavenly Dao's investigation. Do you understand the implications of that?" The assassins could not respond, frozen as they were by heavenly power. "It means she has confirmed her guilt," Qin Shan continued. "It means she has admitted that the evidence against her is true. And it means that from this moment forward, she is not just under investigation. She is an enemy of the celestial order." He turned to the celestial officials who had been observing from a distance. "Take them to the divine citadel. Testify that they were sent by Sage Lin to commit murder while she was under official investigation. Let her response be recorded in the celestial records." The officials moved quickly, gathering the paralyzed assassins and vanishing in bursts of celestial light. Lu Wei appeared at Qin Shan's side, looking shaken. "She's going to try again. Possibly multiple times." "Let her," Qin Shan said. "Every attempt she makes while under investigation confirms her guilt. Every time the Heavenly Dao protects me, it strengthens my position. She's trapped herself with that move. Or she's desperate," Lu Wei said. "And desperate beings do unpredictable things." She was right. Over the next 3 weeks, Sage Lin's attempts on Qin Shan's life became increasingly reckless. She sent assassins, diseased spirits, cursed artifacts, even attempted to collapse the cultivation base of Shunjian's sect to bury Qin Shan under rubble. Each attempt failed. Each failure was recorded by the heavens. And with each failure, the celestial records accumulated more evidence of Sage Lin's desperation and guilt. The investigation itself progressed behind closed celestial doors, but its effects rippled through the cultivation world. Disciples loyal to Sage Lin began to abandon her, seeking new sects that might have better prospects. Allies who had been courted with promises of power began to reassess their relationships. And then, unexpectedly, a new development occurred. Sage Wu and Sage Su, who had been coordinating with Sage Lin in the original conspiracy, suddenly issued a joint proclamation distancing themselves from her actions. They claimed that Sage Lin had acted independently, that they had no knowledge of her methods, and that they were fully cooperating with the Heavenly Dao's investigation. In short, they were throwing Sage Lin to the heavens and saving themselves. "They're panicking," Lu Wei said, reading the proclamation. "They're realizing that the conspiracy is going to be exposed, and they want to minimize their own culpability. Which means they'll testify against Sage Lin to save their own skins," Qin Shan said. "Yes," Lu Wei confirmed. "Which means Sage Lin is now truly isolated. She has no allies, no political support, and mounting evidence against her. The heavens will move to prosecute." But Sage Lin was not the type of being to surrender quietly. When she realized that her allies had abandoned her and that the investigation was closing in, she made a final, desperate move. She challenged Qin Shan to single combat. The challenge came via official celestial notice, delivered to Qin Shan's chambers by a messenger spirit. It proposed that the dispute between Sage Lin and Qin Shan be resolved through direct confrontation rather than investigation. If Qin Shan won, Sage Lin would accept any punishment the heavens deemed appropriate. If Sage Lin won, the investigation would be suspended and all records sealed. It was, on the face of it, an absurd proposal. Sage Lin was an immortal ascension cultivator with centuries of power and experience. Qin Shan was a mortal who had only recently reached foundation establishment. But there was logic to it. If Sage Lin could kill Qin Shan in open combat, she could claim that the Heavenly Dao's protection did not extend to consensual duels. She could argue that Qin Shan had voluntarily surrendered his karmic protections by accepting the challenge. It was brilliant, actually, and terrifying. "Don't accept," Lu Wei said immediately. "It's a trap." "Of course it's a trap," Qin Shan said. "But the Heavenly Dao will enforce whatever terms are set. If Sage Lin makes this offer, it's because she thinks she can win even with the heavens watching." "Can you?" Lu Wei asked. Qin Shan thought about his cultivation base. He had grown stronger rapidly, but he was nowhere near Sage Lin's level. In direct combat, she would annihilate him in seconds. But he had the Karmic Ledger System. and he had 3 million karma points that he had barely begun to spend. "I accept," he said, and celestial officials recorded the acceptance immediately. The duel would take place in 3 days, in a neutral arena maintained by the Heavenly Dao itself. The stakes, everything. Chapter 10. The trial by combat. The arena existed in a space between realms, neither fully in the mortal world nor in the heavens, but suspended between them. It was vast, hundreds of feet across, with walls of pure energy that could contain even immortal-level combat without collapsing the surrounding space. Hundreds of celestial beings had gathered to witness the duel. Sects sent representatives. Immortal officials took positions around the arena. Even some of the other sages appeared, though they remained carefully neutral. Qin Shan entered from one side of the arena. He was dressed in simple robes, carrying no weapons, his body radiating the power of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Sage Lin entered from the other side. She was beautiful in the way that immortals could be, ageless, perfect, radiating power like heat from a fire. But there was also something cold about her, something that suggested that beauty was just a weapon in her arsenal. "You should not have come," Sage Lin said, and her voice carried across the arena easily. "You have sealed your own death with this decision." "I came because my village demanded it," Qin Shan replied. "I came because 50,000 dead demanded it. I came because the heavens themselves must answer for what they allowed to happen." The Heavenly Dao's presence manifested, neutral and absolute. "The contest may begin," Sage Lin moved. It was not a run or a walk. It was a manifestation of power that simply relocated her from her position to a point directly in front of Qin Shan. The air itself screamed with the force of her movement. Qin Shan did the only thing he could do. He opened his Karmic Ledger System completely, drawing on the depths of the karma debt he had been given. Asterisk karmic manifestation available. Direct power infusion. Cost: 100,000 karma points for one burst of immortal-level strength. Asterisk he accepted the transaction. The power that flooded into Qin Shan's body was unlike anything he had experienced. It was not his power. He was not strong enough to generate this himself, but the heavens' power, delivered to him as payment for the debt they owed him. He raised his hand, and Sage Lin's attack met an invisible barrier. The impact of a sage-level strike being blocked by the infused power created a shockwave that rippled across the arena. Several onlookers flinched. "Interesting," Sage Lin said, and there was genuine respect in her voice now. "You're using karmic resources to augment your strength. That will not be enough. I have 5,000 years of combat experience and power you cannot match, even with the heavens backing." She attacked again, and Qin Shan found himself in a combat he could not possibly win on his own. But he was not fighting on his own. Every time he needed strength, the Karmic Ledger System provided it. Every time Sage Lin pressed him to the edge of defeat, the heavens granted him enough power to survive the next strike. It was a strange kind of battle. Sage Lin was vastly more skilled and experienced. But Qin Shan had unlimited resources. She had technique and knowledge. He had the backing of the celestial hierarchy itself. After an hour of combat, Sage Lin was breathing hard. Qin Shan was still standing. "You cannot win this way," Sage Lin said. "You will exhaust your karma points before you defeat me, and then you will fall." Qin Shan did not respond immediately. Instead, he did something unexpected. He stopped fighting defensively. He stopped using his power to block and dodge. He simply stood there and let Sage Lin's attack strike him. Each strike burned through his karma points like water through a sieve. But each strike also left evidence. It created visible wounds, demonstrable proof of Sage Lin's assault on someone who was under the Heavenly Dao's protection. "What are you doing?" Sage Lin asked, shocked. "I'm not trying to defeat you," Qin Shan said, blood running down his face. "I'm documenting your crimes. I'm showing the heavens that you will continue to assault someone with karmic protection. I'm proving that you refuse to accept the celestial order's authority." Understanding dawned on Sage Lin's face, and it was terrible to see. She realized that she had walked directly into a trap. By accepting the duel, by continuing to assault Qin Shan, she was not just violating the Heavenly Dao's protection, she was demonstrating open defiance of celestial authority. She could stop now and accept defeat, or she could continue and commit an act that was effectively a rebellion against the heavens themselves. Sage Lin stopped fighting. She lowered her hands and stood very still. I withdraw from the duel, she said quietly. The Heavenly Dao accepts this withdrawal, the celestial presence said. Asterisk Sage Lin, your actions throughout this matter have been recorded and witnessed. You will return to the Divine Citadel to await formal charges for conspiracy, murder, and defiance of celestial authority. Your power is hereby suspended pending the outcome of your trial. Asterisk Sage Lin's cultivation aura, which had been blazing like a small sun, suddenly contracted and dimmed. The heavens had disabled her ability to access her immortal powers, reducing her to a state similar to a normal human. She was led away by celestial officials, and as she passed Qin Shan, she stopped for just a moment. You destroyed me, she whispered. No, Qin Shan replied. Your own actions destroyed you. I simply made sure the heavens could see what you had done. As Sage Lin was taken from the arena, the celestial presence manifested one final time. Asterisk Qin Shan, your karmic debt has been updated. You have provided service to the celestial order beyond your original compensation. Your new karmic balance is available for immediate access. Asterisk the Karmic Ledger System updated. Karmic debt owed to Qin Shan. For 1,500,000 points, Qin Shan had not just proven Sage Lin's guilt. He had proven that he could be used as a tool by the heavens itself. And now, more than ever, he was valuable. But he was also increasingly aware that being valuable to a system didn't mean being free from it. The real danger, he was beginning to suspect, was only just beginning. Chapter 11. The mortal ascendant. After the duel, Qin Shan remained in the neutral arena while celestial officials swarmed around him, offering everything from immortal cultivation manuals to positions of authority within various sections. The offers were staggering in their scope, but Qin Shan declined them all. Instead, he asked for something simpler: access to the celestial records related to all tribulations that had been misdirected in the past 50 years. The celestial officials exchanged nervous glances. What he was asking for was restricted information, the kind of thing that required extensive permissions and chains of authorization. But his karmic debt backed the request. Eventually, they relented. The records, when compiled, told a story that was even more devastating than Qin Shan had suspected. Sage Lin had misdirected 43 tribulations in the past 50 years. Each misdirection had killed mortals, destroyed villages, or disrupted sect operations. The total casualty count exceeded 100,000 souls. But more troubling than the tribulations themselves was what the records suggested about the systematic nature of the manipulations. Sage Lin had not acted alone. She had worked with multiple administrators, celestial officials, and even some minor immortals. It was an entire network of corruption, all designed to give her influence and power. And Sage Wu and Sage Su had done similar things. Their manipulations were less extensive, only 30 tribulations between them, but they followed the same pattern. They had created systems of corruption, cultivated networks of allies, and methodically reshaped the celestial hierarchy to suit their needs. This is institutional, Lu Wei said, studying the records alongside Qin Shan. This is not just individual immortals behaving badly. This is a fundamental corruption of the celestial system itself. Then the system needs to be changed, Qin Shan said. That's not possible, Lu Wei replied. The system has been in place since the beginning of the heavens. It cannot be altered by an investigation or a trial. It can only be changed through fundamental restructuring, and that would require. She trailed off, but Qin Shan understood what she was not saying. It would require someone with enough power and karmic leverage to challenge the Heavenly Dao itself. Over the next 6 months, Qin Shan began a systematic investigation into the structure of celestial authority. He traveled to the Divine Citadel, that great city that existed at the border between heaven and mortal realms, and interviewed officials, reviewed records, and began to understand the principles that governed the heavens. What he discovered was both more complex and more troubling than he had initially suspected. The Heavenly Dao was not a person. It was a principle, an order, a framework through which reality itself was organized. It existed to enforce karmic balance, to ensure that causality flowed according to cosmic law. But the beings who administered the Heavenly Dao, the sages, the officials, the immortals, had their own motivations and agendas. They had learned to work within the system in ways that advanced their own interests while maintaining the appearance of cosmic order. In essence, The heavens had become corrupt because corruption was endemic to any system where some beings had more power than others. And the only way to truly fix it was to make the system aware of its own corruption. By the end of 6 months, Qin Shan had accumulated an astonishing amount of evidence. Files upon files of documented manipulations, celestial crimes, and systematic abuses of authority. He had also, almost without realizing it, gathered allies. Lu Wei was his primary supporter, having provided testimony and documentation. But others had come forward as well. Minor immortals who were tired of working for corrupt superiors, celestial officials who believed the system should function as intended, even some sect leaders who had been personally victimized by tribulation manipulations. Qin Shan had become the center of a growing movement, though he had never intended to be. He had simply wanted to understand what happened to his village. Instead, he had stumbled into celestial politics at its highest level. It was time, he decided, to bring everything to a head. He sent a formal petition to the Heavenly Dao, requesting a celestial tribunal to review the systematic corruption that had been documented. He demanded that all 3 sages, not just Sage Lin, be tried for their crimes. And he demanded that the tribunal determine whether the system that allowed such corruption to flourish should be reformed. The celestial hierarchy descended into chaos. Sage Wu and Sage Su, who had managed to avoid the worst consequences of their manipulations through clever testimony and political maneuvering, suddenly found themselves facing the same charges as Sage Lin. Their allies abandoned them. Their power bases collapsed. Official celestial records were sealed, and then unsealed as various factions fought for control of the narrative. Immense celestial beings began arriving at the divine citadel, immortals of such power that their presence alone could warp reality, beings who had existed since the heavens were formed. And at the center of it all was Qin Shan, a man who had been a simple farmer less than a year ago, now wielding influence that extended even to the highest reaches of celestial authority. But with that influence came danger. If the system felt threatened by Qin Shan's reforms, it would respond. And when systems fought back, they did not do so gently. Chapter 12. The celestial trial. The tribunal chamber existed in a space that defied normal geometry. It was circular and square simultaneously, with walls that seemed to extend infinitely in multiple directions at once. At the center of the chamber was a massive table where the 3 sages would present their defense. But before the trial could begin, a complication emerged. Sage Su, rather than appearing for trial, simply vanished. She did not flee to a distant realm. She did not hide in the mortal world. She simply ceased to exist in any location where celestial authorities could find her. It was a maneuver that suggested she had access to resources even the Heavenly Dao could not track. She's using the void, Lu Wei whispered when the news reached them. The spaces between realities, where even heavenly authority cannot reach. Can she stay hidden indefinitely? Qin Shan asked. No, Lu Wei said. The void is not survivable for extended periods. Even an immortal sage would deteriorate without access to normal reality. She's buying time, but not much. The tribunal proceeded without Sage Su present. Sage Wu made a surprisingly effective defense, claiming that while he had misdirected tribulations, he had done so as part of legitimate celestial politics, not out of malice. He presented a sophisticated argument about how the equilibrium of power required occasional manipulation, and that his actions, while perhaps technically violations of protocol, had not fundamentally endangered the celestial order. The tribunal seemed sympathetic to this argument, but Qin Shan had prepared for this possibility. When Sage Wu finished his defense, Qin Shan presented testimony from the families who had been affected by the tribulation misdirections. He brought forth celestial records showing the precise calculations of Sage Wu's manipulations. He demonstrated that Sage Wu had not been acting from abstract political principle, but from a desire to advance his own power. And then he did something bold. I demand that the Heavenly Dao answer for its role in allowing this corruption, Qin Shan said, standing before the tribunal. The sages are individuals who acted to advance their interests, but they were able to act because the system allowed them to. The Heavenly Dao did not prevent their crimes. The Heavenly Dao did not investigate their actions. The Heavenly Dao simply continued to operate as if everything was fine. You are suggesting that the Heavenly Dao itself is accountable? One of the tribunal members asked, sounding shocked. I am suggesting that the Heavenly Dao is a system, and systems are responsible for how they operate, Qin Shan replied. If the system is corrupted, the system must change. There was absolute silence in the tribunal chamber. Finally, the lead judge, a being of such ancient power that looking directly at him caused physical pain, leaned forward. Your argument has merit, the judge said. The Heavenly Dao has indeed failed in its oversight duties. However, you must understand that the Heavenly Dao is not something that can be easily reformed. It is the foundation of reality itself. To change it would be to risk catastrophic consequences. Then the catastrophe must be accepted, Qin Shan said. Because the current system is failing and people are dying because of that failure. Either the Heavenly Dao reforms itself, or I will find a way to force that reformation. It was a direct threat. A mortal was standing before the judges of the heavens and threatening to force reform on the entire cosmic order. For a moment, Qin Shan thought they would simply destroy him for his audacity. Instead, the lead judge smiled. You understand what you're proposing? The judge asked. I understand that I cannot accept a universe that is willing to sacrifice villages to protect the interests of the immortal hierarchy, Qin Shan replied. The judge nodded slowly. Very well. The tribunal will continue, and we will explore both the crimes of the sages and the systemic failures that enabled those crimes. The determination of reform, however, will require more than a single tribunal. It will require an inquiry at the highest levels of the Heavenly Dao itself. What had begun as a trial of 3 immortal sages had become something far larger, a questioning of the entire foundations of celestial authority. Chapter 13. The conspiracy unfolds as the tribunal continued its work. New evidence emerged that suggested the corruption ran far deeper than anyone had initially suspected. Lu Wei discovered records indicating that the 3 sages had been working with something else, a force or entity that existed even above them in the celestial hierarchy. This is impossible, Lu Wei said, studying the records. These directives come from someone or something that has authority over all 3 sages. But there is no one above the sages except the Heavenly Dao itself. And the Heavenly Dao is not something that issues directives in this manner. Unless, Qin Shan said slowly, the Heavenly Dao has been corrupted as well. The implication hung heavy in the air between them. If the Heavenly Dao itself was not a neutral cosmic principle, but an entity that could be influenced or controlled, then the entire framework of reality was potentially at risk. If there was a force powerful enough to influence the Heavenly Dao, then that force was essentially godlike in its power. We need to find out who or what is behind this, Qin Shan said. What followed was a 3-month investigation that took Qin Shan and Lu Wei deeper into celestial politics than they had ever gone before. They discovered that there was an organization operating within the heavens itself, a secret society of immortals who had been working for centuries to accumulate power and influence. The organization called itself the Eternal Circle, and its members included not just the 3 sages, but dozens of other high-ranking celestial beings. They had infiltrated every level of heavenly authority, from the Tribulation Authority to the record keepers who documented celestial events. And at the center of the Eternal Circle was something that was not immortal at all. It was something older, stranger, more alien than anything Qin Shan could have imagined. It's a consciousness from before the heavens were created, Lu Wei explained after finally accessing the deepest records. A remnant of the time, before order was imposed on chaos. The Eternal Circle serves this consciousness because it offers them power beyond what the Heavenly Dao could ever grant. What does it want? Qin Shan asked. To unmake the heavens, Lu Wei said. To return reality to the state of primordial chaos. But not yet. First, it wants to control the heavens completely. It wants to reshape the celestial order to maximize efficiency for its eventual goal of destruction. Qin Shan felt something cold settle in his chest. What had started as an investigation into his village's destruction had become something far more sinister. He was not just fighting against corrupt immortals. He was fighting against an entity that wanted to destroy reality itself. And the 3 sages, Sage Lin, Sage Wu, and Sage Su, were just tools in a much larger game. We need to tell the tribunal, Qin Shan said. They will not believe us, Lu Wei replied. The Eternal Circle controls much of the celestial bureaucracy. If we go public with this, we will be killed before the words leave our mouths. Then what do we do? Qin Shan asked. Lu Wei was silent for a long moment. Then she said, we go to the source. We go to the Heavenly Dao itself and demand the truth. We demand to know if it is truly a neutral cosmic principle or if it has been corrupted by the eternal circle. It was the most dangerous possible move. But it was also the only move that might save reality itself. Chapter 14. The Ascension to confront the Heavenly Dao directly. Qin Shan would need to ascend to a realm where he could exist without support. He would need to become something more than a mortal, something that could survive in the pure energy of the heavens. The Karmic Ledger System offered a solution. Direct ascension available. Cost 1 million karma points for immediate elevation to immortal ascension rank. Qin Shan accepted. The transformation was not instantaneous, but it was profound. His body began to change at the cellular level. His consciousness expanded, able to perceive multiple dimensions simultaneously. His power grew until the very air around him began to shimmer with barely contained energy. When it was done, Qin Shan was no longer a foundation establishment cultivator being backed up by karmic resources. He was an immortal ascension cultivator in his own right. But the cost had been immense. His karmic debt was now reduced to karmic debt owed to Qin Shan. 3,500,000 points, still an astronomical amount, but no longer infinite. With his new power, Qin Shan and Lu Wei made their way to the deepest part of the divine citadel, to a chamber that was theoretically impossible to access without direct authorization from the Heavenly Dao itself. But with his karmic standing and his new immortal power, Qin Shan simply walked through barriers that would have destroyed lesser beings. At the center of the chamber was a vast space that seemed to contain the entire universe within it. Stars wheeled overhead. Reality itself was visible, reduced to its component parts, and then reassembled again in endless cycles. You have come seeking truth, a voice said. It was not the Heavenly Dao, but something that existed within or alongside the Heavenly Dao. I have, Qin Shan replied. And you suspect that the Heavenly Dao has been corrupted, the voice continued. I suspect that the system that governs reality has been compromised, Qin Shan said. There was a sensation of something vast and ancient considering him. Then the voice said, you are partially correct. The Heavenly Dao has not been corrupted in the sense of being turned against its own principles, but it has become stagnant. It has been operating under the same rules for so long that those rules have become invisible to it. The eternal circle exploits that stagnation. They work not against the Heavenly Dao, but within the spaces it no longer examines. Can the Heavenly Dao be awakened? Qin Shan asked. It can be forced to examine itself, the voice replied. But that would require extraordinary pressure. It would require someone to fundamentally challenge the authority of the Heavenly Dao itself. Qin Shan understood then what he had to do. He had to put the Heavenly Dao on trial. He had to force it to justify its own existence and its own rules. It was the ultimate act of rebellion, and it would either save reality or doom it entirely. Chapter 15. The Preparation for War. After his encounter with the presence that existed within the Heavenly Dao, Qin Shan had a clearer understanding of what he was facing. The Eternal Circle was not just a conspiracy of corrupt immortals. It was a systematic attempt to subvert reality itself. And the Heavenly Dao, for all its power, had become so habituated to its own rules that it could not perceive the subversion happening within those rules. Qin Shan needed allies, not celestial beings, who might already be compromised by the Eternal Circle. He needed beings who had their own stake in preserving reality as it existed. He reached out to the sect leaders of the major cultivation schools. He invited them to the Divine Citadel for a gathering that would determine the future of the heavens. Hundreds came. Some came out of loyalty to Qin Shan, who had become a symbol of resistance to celestial corruption. Some came because their sects had been victimized by the sage's manipulations. And some came simply because they sensed that something fundamental was changing in the world, and they wanted to be part of it. At the gathering, Qin Shan revealed everything he had discovered. He presented the evidence of the Eternal Circle's existence. He explained how the sages had been used as tools. He described the threat that the chaotic consciousness posed to reality itself. And then he made a proposal. I am going to put the Heavenly Dao on trial, he announced. I am going to force it to examine its own operations and explain how it allowed the eternal circle to operate. I am going to demand that the Heavenly Dao be reformed, with checks and balances, with oversight, with transparency. That is madness, one of the sect leaders said. The Heavenly Dao is the foundation of reality. You cannot put the foundation on trial. If the foundation is corrupted, then the entire structure is at risk, Qin Shan replied. I am not acting from arrogance or rebellion. I am acting from necessity. If the Heavenly Dao continues to operate as it has been, the eternal circle will eventually succeed in its goal of destroying reality. That is unacceptable. Another sect leader stood up. I will support you, she said. Her name was Yi Mei, and she commanded one of the most powerful sects in the mortal realms. My sect has suffered too much from celestial manipulation. If there is a chance to reshape the heavens, to make them serve reality rather than being served by it, I will fight for that. One by one, other sect leaders stood and pledged their support. By the end of the gathering, Qin Shan had assembled a coalition that included representatives from nearly every major sect in the world. He had created something unprecedented, a unified mortal and immortal force arrayed against the very foundations of celestial authority. The tribunal had been interrupted and suspended. The three sages were placed under even stricter confinement. The eternal circle, sensing that their plans were in jeopardy, began to move more openly. And Qin Shan prepared for a confrontation that would determine not just the fate of the immortals, but the fate of all reality. The war for the heavens was about to begin. Chapter 16. The first skirmish, the Eternal Circle's first move against Qin Shan's coalition, came with lethal swiftness. They did not target Qin Shan directly. He was too well protected by his karmic standing. Instead, they targeted the sect leaders who had pledged their support. The attacks began in the night. Cultivation bases collapsed without warning. Sect masters found their powers severed, their cultivation realms sealed by corrupted celestial energy. Within a single night, 5 major sects had been crippled. The message was clear. Those who opposed the Eternal Circle would be destroyed. But Qin Shan had anticipated this. He had distributed karmic tokens to all the sect leaders who had joined his coalition. Those tokens granted them a fraction of his protection, not total immunity, but enough to buy time. When the next attacks came, they met unexpected resistance. The sect leaders, instead of falling immediately, managed to defend themselves long enough for celestial reinforcements to arrive. More importantly, the attacks created evidence. Each assault was witnessed, recorded, and documented by neutral observers. The Eternal Circle was being forced to operate openly, and each open act of violence against protected parties added to the weight of evidence against them. They're panicking, Lu Wei observed as reports of the attacks came in. They know that the Heavenly Dao is beginning to examine them, and they're lashing out. Which means we need to move faster, Qin Shan said. We need to push the tribunal into issuing a formal judgment against the Eternal Circle before they can solidify their position. But the tribunal was proceeding slowly, cautiously. The celestial legal system was designed to be thorough, and thoroughness worked against Qin Shan's timeline. It was then that Sage Su, the one who had fled into the void, suddenly re-emerged. She appeared directly in the tribunal chamber during the proceedings, carrying with her something that should have been impossible to acquire, a sealed record from the Heavenly Dao's deepest archives. I am withdrawing my silence, Sage Su announced. I will testify fully against the Eternal Circle in exchange for leniency in my own sentencing. The tribunal members looked shocked. Sage Su was supposed to be unreachable, hidden in spaces where celestial authority could not reach. What changed your mind? The lead judge asked. I spent time in the void, Sage Su replied. And in that emptiness, I began to understand something. The Eternal Circle claims to serve chaos and liberation. But what they really serve is destruction. They do not want to liberate the heavens, they want to annihilate them. And I was fool enough to believe that I would survive such annihilation if I served them well. She held up the sealed record. This document contains the true goals of the Eternal Circle. It documents their plans for the systematic destruction of the Heavenly Dao and the return of reality to chaos. It also contains the names of every member of the circle, from the highest immortals to the lowest administrators. The tribunal moved with unprecedented speed. The sealed record was opened and verified. Its contents were reviewed by the judges, and within hours, the first formal charges were brought against the Eternal Circle as an organization. The Circle's response was immediate and violent. They launched simultaneous attacks across multiple celestial realms, attempting to destabilize the entire heavenly hierarchy. What had been a legal proceeding became an open conflict. Chapter 17. The breaking of heaven. The attacks on the heavenly infrastructure were devastating. Tribulation towers, the massive structures through which heavenly power was distributed to the mortal realms, began to collapse. Administrative cities shattered. Communication channels between celestial authorities were severed. For the first time in recorded history, the heavens were under siege from within. Qin Shan found himself at the center of the conflict, commanding forces that included both celestial beings and mortal cultivators who had ascended specifically to fight. The paradox of his position was not lost on him. A farmer from a destroyed village was now orchestrating the defense of reality itself. The Eternal Circle's forces were formidable. They had been preparing for this confrontation for centuries, and they had access to weapons and techniques that most immortals did not even know existed. Dark energy that could tear apart the fabric of space. Corruption spreads that turned celestial beings against each other. Void weapons that could erase entire regions from existence. But they had not anticipated the coalition that Qin Shan had created. The mortal cultivators, despite being individually weaker than the corrupted immortals, had something the immortals had lost: clarity of purpose. They were not fighting for power or position. They were fighting for survival, for the preservation of reality itself. And more importantly, they had Qin Shan. Every time a crucial position was about to fall, Qin Shan would appear and reinforce it. Every time a celestial being wavered in their conviction, Qin Shan would remind them of what they were fighting for. Every time the Eternal Circle pushed forward, Qin Shan matched them with equivalent force, spending his remaining karmic debt like a general spending soldiers. His karmic reserves dropped rapidly. 3,400,000 points. 3,200,000. 3 million. But the strategy was working. The Eternal Circle was being pushed back. Chapter 18. The core of corruption. During the conflict, Qin Shan discovered something alarming. The Eternal Circle was not just fighting to maintain its influence. It was actively trying to breach the central chamber of the Heavenly Dao, the place where reality's fundamental rules were written. If they could reach that chamber and corrupt it directly, they could fundamentally reshape the laws that governed existence. Qin Shan led a small strike force directly into the heart of the Circle's main stronghold. Lu Wei accompanied him, along with Yi Mei and several other celestial beings who had remained loyal. The stronghold was a fortress built in the spaces between realities, anchored in a location that should not have been able to support physical structures. Passing through its walls was like walking through layers of increasingly corrupted energy, each layer designed to drain power and sanity from intruders. By the time they reached the inner sanctum, Qin Shan's group had been reduced by half. But they had also reached the heart of the Eternal Circle's power. There, in a chamber that seemed to exist in all places and no places simultaneously, Qin Shan found what the Eternal Circle was protecting. It was not a being or a weapon. It was a seal, and the seal was failing. "What is this?" Qin Shan demanded. The voice that had spoken to him in the chamber of the Heavenly Dao suddenly manifested here. This is the boundary between your reality and the primordial chaos that precedes it. The seal was placed when the heavens were first created, separating ordered reality from the void that existed before order. The Eternal Circle has been weakening this seal for centuries, preparing for the moment when they could break it completely. Why? Qin Shan asked. Because the consciousness that the Eternal Circle serves is the primordial chaos given form. It exists in the space beyond the seal, and it has been whispering promises to the Circle for millennia. It promises them godhood, immortal power beyond measure, liberation from the constraints of reality. And it tells them that when the seal breaks, they will be elevated to rule over the new chaos that emerges. But that's a lie, Lu Wei said, understanding dawning on her face. If the seal breaks, the chaos will consume them as easily as anything else. Yes, the voice confirmed. But the Eternal Circle has been deceived. Or perhaps they understand the lie and accept it anyway, believing that brief moments of godhood before annihilation is preferable to eternal servitude under the Heavenly Dao. Qin Shan approached the seal. It was massive, inscribed with symbols that predated even the earliest celestial beings. He could see the cracks in it, spreading like spider webs across its surface. And he could feel the presence beyond it. Ancient, patient, infinitely hungry. How much longer before it breaks? He asked. Days, if the eternal circle is not stopped, the voice replied. Weeks at most. Even if you defeat them here. Qin Shan made a decision that would change everything. I'm going to repair the seal, he said. With what? Yimei asked. You've already spent nearly all your karma points. You don't have the power. Qin Shan looked down at the karma token in his hand. The karmic ledger that had given him so much power, that had allowed him to challenge the heavens themselves. Karmic debt owed to Qin Shan. 2,800,000 points. I'm going to use all of it, he said. He placed his hand on the seal and began to channel every remaining point of his karmic debt into it. The seal began to glow, cracks starting to mend, the deterioration reversing. But as the seal repaired itself, Qin Shan felt something else happening. The karmic debt that had defined him since the beginning, that had been the source of his power, began to fade. The Heavenly Dao was accepting his compensation. The debt was being paid in full. Chapter 19. The cost of justice. As Qin Shan poured his karmic reserves into the seal, his body began to change. The immortal power that he had gained through accelerated ascension started to fade. His cultivation realm destabilized. But more than that, something fundamental was shifting. By using his karmic debt to repair the seal, Qin Shan was essentially saying that the debt had been paid, that the original injustice was complete, that the heavens owed him nothing more. In a sense, he was forgiving the Heavenly Dao for the deaths of his village. No, Lu Wei said, understanding what was happening. You're giving up your protection. Once the debt is gone, the heavens won't be obligated to help you anymore. I know, Qin Shan replied, even as he felt his immortal power draining away. But the seal has to be repaired. Reality has to be preserved. Yimei moved to his side. I will share my power with you. After you restore the seal, you'll need strength to survive what comes next. One by one, the celestial beings in the strike force began to offer their energy to Qin Shan. They were surrendering parts of their own immortal cultivation to maintain his strength and consciousness as his karmic reserves depleted. By the time the seal was fully repaired, Qin Shan's karmic debt had dropped to 0. The karma token in his hand shattered, its purpose fulfilled. Karmic debt owed to Qin Shan. 0 point status. Settled. Qin Shan was no longer backed by the heavens. He was no longer a tool of celestial power. He was just a cultivator, powerful, but no longer immortal, no longer infused with the authority of the heavens. As the seal locked into place with a sound like the end of the world, the eternal circle felt the change. Their plans, which had depended on the seal's continued degradation, became impossible to execute. They surrendered within hours. Chapter 20. The new trial. With the eternal circle defeated and the seal repaired, the tribunal reconvened to determine the fate of the conspirators. The proceedings lasted for days, as each member of the eternal circle testified about their involvement, their motivations, and their understanding of the chaos they had served. But Qin Shan did not attend the proceedings. Instead, he found himself in a small chamber in the divine citadel, sitting across from the presence that inhabited the Heavenly Dao. You have done what was necessary, the presence said. You have preserved reality and forced the heavens to examine themselves. But you have paid a high price. Your karmic debt is gone, your protection is gone, and your immortal cultivation is beginning to deteriorate without support. I know, Qin Shan said. I am offering you a new position, the presence continued. You can remain as you are, gradually declining back to mortality. Or you can accept a role within the reformed celestial authority. We will need someone to oversee the new systems of accountability and transparency that must now be implemented. Someone who has faced the heavens and demanded better. Qin Shan considered the offer. He had fought to reform the heavens, to make them serve reality rather than rule over it. Now he was being offered a chance to actually implement those changes. But accepting such a position would mean becoming part of the system he had opposed. It would mean becoming immortal, becoming distant from the mortal realms that had been his home. I need time to think, he said. The presence withdrew, leaving Qin Shan alone with his thoughts. He walked through the corridors of the divine citadel, observing the changes that were already beginning to occur. Celestial administrators were being reorganized, moved away from positions where the Eternal Circle's influence had been strongest. New oversight committees were being formed. The systems of celestial justice were being examined and reformed. The heavens were changing, and Qin Shan had forced that change with nothing but the force of his conviction and his willingness to demand justice. By the next morning, his decision was made. Chapter 21. The Reformation. Qin Shan accepted the position of Celestial Auditor, a new role created specifically to oversee the ongoing reformation of the heavenly bureaucracy. It was not a position of direct power, but it was a position of influence. He had the authority to investigate celestial operations, to demand transparency, and to recommend changes to the highest levels of authority. But he also negotiated for something else: the ability to maintain a connection to the mortal realms. Qin Shan established a presence in the Divine Citadel, but he also kept chambers in major sects, allowing him to spend time in the mortal world even as he worked to reform the heavens. The mortals and lower-ranked immortals began to see him as something new, not a god or a ruler, but an advocate, someone who had been one of them and now stood in the heavens, pushing for changes that would benefit the mortal realms. Over the next several months, Qin Shan initiated a systematic review of celestial operations. He investigated the Tribulation Authority, the administrative bodies that managed the realms, the celestial courts. Everywhere he looked, he found systems designed to protect immortal interests at the expense of mortals. And everywhere he found it, he pushed for change. Some of those changes were simple: ensuring that tribulations were accurate, that they did not randomly strike populated areas, that there were consequences for manipulation. Others were more complex: establishing oversight committees of both immortals and highly cultivated mortals, creating transparency in celestial decision-making, implementing systems where heavenly errors could be acknowledged and compensated. Not everyone was happy with these changes. Many immortals saw them as a loss of privilege and authority. Some celestial beings actively opposed the Reformation, claiming that excessive transparency would weaken heavenly governance. But Qin Shan had something they did not have: the backing of the reformed Heavenly Dao itself, which had decided that transparency was necessary for long-term stability. Chapter 22. The Unexpected Alliance. About a year into his work as Celestial Auditor, Qin Shan received a visitor. It was Sage Wu, now released from his confinement after accepting responsibility for his crimes and agreeing to participate in the Reformation. Sage Wu had been stripped of much of his power, but he remained an enormously influential immortal. His decision to work with Qin Shan's Reformation had surprised many who expected him to resist. "I have come to offer you information," Sage Wu said, settling into a chair in Qin Shan's chambers. "Information about how the Eternal Circle maintained its power for so long, and information about other conspiracies that you will not yet have discovered." "Why would you help?" Qin Shan asked. "You were part of the conspiracy." "Because I was also a victim of it," Sage Wu replied. "The primordial chaos that the Eternal Circle served was subtle in how it corrupted us. It did not simply command obedience. It whispered to our ambitions, our desires for power and influence. It convinced us that we were acting in our own interests when we were actually serving its purposes." He paused, looking at his hands. "I have spent the last months understanding how thoroughly I was deceived. And I have come to understand that your reformation, while painful, is necessary. The heavens cannot continue to operate as they have been. Too much power was concentrated in too few hands, with no oversight, no accountability." Qin Shan leaned back in his chair. "What information do you have?" Over the next several hours, Sage Wu revealed a network of corruption that extended far deeper than anyone had realized. The Eternal Circle had not just corrupted individual immortals. It had corrupted entire systems, entire branches of celestial authority. There were cells of conspirators that had not yet been discovered, hidden deep within the bureaucracy, waiting for a chance to continue the work of the Circle. With this information, Qin Shan was able to identify and neutralize several dormant conspiracies before they could activate. He conducted purges of celestial administrators, reassignments of officials, complete reorganizations of certain bureaucratic branches. And he discovered something else: evidence that the Eternal Circle had maintained contact with the primordial chaos even after the seal was repaired. The barrier between reality and chaos was not so absolute as it seemed, and the chaos was still whispering, still trying to find ways to influence the heavens. Chapter 23. The deeper threat, the realization that the primordial chaos was still actively trying to corrupt the heavens, changed Qin Shan's approach to the Reformation. He was no longer just trying to repair systems and remove conspirators. He was trying to create a celestial order that was resilient against ongoing corruption. This meant implementing not just oversight, but redundancy. Not just transparency, but authentication. Not just rules, but cultural changes that made corruption more difficult. Qin Shan worked with the other reformed sages, Sage Wu and Sage Lin, who had accepted her punishment and was working to redeem herself through participation in the Reformation, to create a new framework for celestial governance. The new system was not perfect. Perfection was impossible in a system of beings with their own interests and desires. But it was better. It created checks on power, multiple levels of oversight, and built-in accountability. But as Qin Shan implemented these changes, he began to receive reports of something troubling. The primordial chaos was not just whispering to existing immortals. It was appearing in the mortal realms, manifesting through unpredictable tribulations, creating corrupted cultivators who advanced rapidly but lacked moral guidance. It's adapting, Lu Wei observed, studying reports from sects across the mortal realms. It can't access the heavens directly anymore, so it's trying to corrupt the mortals instead. It's trying to create a new generation of celestial beings who are already compromised when they ascend. Qin Shan understood the implication. The reformation of the heavens had just been the first phase of a much longer conflict. The real battle was going to be in the mortal realms, where the primordial chaos could operate with fewer restrictions. He convened a council of sect leaders in the divine citadel. When they arrived, hundreds of them, representing nearly every major cultivation school, he presented the threat. The enemy has not been defeated, he told them. It has merely been pushed down into the mortal realms. You will see more and more signs of its influence. Tribulations that are too strong, cultivators who advance rapidly but lack wisdom, techniques that promise power but demand moral compromise. What should we do? One sect leader asked. Be vigilant, Qin Shan replied. But do not be paranoid. The primordial chaos is powerful, but it works through temptation and corruption. It can only compromise you if you allow it. Build strong moral frameworks in your sections. Test your disciples carefully, and report anything unusual to the celestial authorities. He paused. And know this, you are not alone in this battle. The heavens are reforming, and as they reform, they will be better equipped to support the mortal realms against the chaos that seeks to corrupt you. Chapter 24. The Second Tribulation. 6 months after the revelation of the ongoing threat from the primordial chaos, Qin Shan received word of a catastrophe in the mortal realms. A tribulation had struck without warning in a peaceful valley region. But unlike normal tribulations, this one did not follow the patterns of heavenly power. Instead, it was a manifestation of pure chaos, an explosion of corruption that twisted the very fabric of reality in that location. Thousands died. Entire towns were erased, not through destruction, but through distortion. They were folded into the reality in wrong ways, their physical forms converted into chaos energy, their spiritual essences trapped in the boundary between realities. The Celestial Auditor's Office immediately launched an investigation. Qin Shan traveled to the affected region personally. What he found was disturbing. The tribulation had been no accident. It was deliberate, and it had been triggered by a corrupted cultivator, a woman named Su Lin who had been chosen specifically for her potential and groomed by agents of the primordial chaos. Su Lin had reached the peak of golden core cultivation just before her tribulation, and in that moment of breakthrough, she had willingly opened herself to the chaos. The tribulation she received was not meant to test or refine her. It was meant to transform her into a conduit for chaos energy, and it had worked. Su Lin had not achieved nascent soul cultivation. Instead, she had become something new, something that was part immortal, part chaos manifestation. She had power that exceeded normal cultivation ranks, but it was power that came from outside the normal rules of reality. This is a new tactic, Sage Wu said when he examined the evidence. The eternal circle worked through corruption of existing immortals. But this is different. This is the creation of entirely new beings, beings whose very existence is a violation of celestial law. Can we stop them? Qin Shan asked. We can contain them, Sage Wu replied. But stopping them would require finding every potential victim before they reach their breakthrough point and ensuring they don't make this choice. That is a task that would require constant monitoring of every cultivator in the mortal realms. Qin Shan understood the problem. The primordial chaos had found a way to work within the reformed system. The heavens could not prevent people from making choices, could not control who ascended and how they ascended. All the heavens could do was react after the fact. But Qin Shan had an idea. Chapter 25. The distributed defense. Rather than trying to prevent all potential chaos corruption, which was impossible, Qin Shan implemented a new system that was designed to make the mortal realms inhospitable to chaos manifestations. He worked with Yi Mei and the other major sect leaders to establish a network of monitoring stations across the world. These stations would track unusual tribulations, unusual cultivators, any signs of chaos influence. More importantly, he established training programs to teach cultivators about the nature of primordial chaos and how to resist its influence. He created a corps of celestial investigators, both immortals and highly advanced mortals, who could be deployed to investigate suspicious cases. And he negotiated with the Heavenly Dao for a new kind of celestial authority, the right to intervene in tribulations when there was evidence of chaos corruption. Normally, the heavens stayed neutral during tribulations. But in cases where the chaos was actively trying to corrupt the process, the heavens could now actively counter that corruption. It was not a perfect solution. Some corrupted cultivators still slipped through. Some tribulations still resulted in chaos manifestations. But the new system made it dramatically harder for the primordial chaos to work undetected. The war with the chaos had entered a new phase. It was no longer a conflict of spectacularly violent confrontations. It was becoming a war of constant vigilance, of small victories and strategic positioning. And Qin Shan was beginning to realize that this war might never have a final victory. The primordial chaos was not something that could be defeated. It was a fundamental force, the state of reality before order was imposed. As long as there was order, there would be chaos seeking to dissolve it. What humanity, and the immortals, could do was maintain vigilance and defend against the worst manifestations. Chapter 26. The disciple. About 2 years into his work as celestial auditor, Qin Shan accepted his first true disciple. The disciple's name was Xianxia, and she came from a merchant family in the mortal realms. She had shown exceptional talent in cultivation, reaching golden core in her early 20s. But more importantly, she had shown unwavering moral conviction in the face of temptations that would have swayed most people. When she arrived at Qin Shan's chambers in the Divine Citadel, she carried a letter of recommendation from Yi Mei herself. She's been tested, Yi Mei had said. She was offered a position of power and influence in exchange for making a single morally questionable choice. She refused, even knowing it would end her advancement for years. That kind of conviction is what we need. Qin Shan trained Xianxia not just in cultivation techniques, but in the principles that govern celestial justice, in the history of corruption in the heavens, and in the ongoing threat of the primordial chaos. What he discovered was that teaching someone else the lessons he had learned forced him to examine his own beliefs. He had come to his reformation through necessity, through the direct experience of injustice. Xianxia was learning it through study and guidance. In a sense, through teaching her, Qin Shan was creating a second generation of reformers, people who would carry on the work of celestial reformation after he was gone, even if he eventually returned to mortality or achieved true immortality. Over the following years, Qin Shan accepted more disciples. Some came from the mortal realms, some from the celestial bureaucracy. All of them carried a similar conviction, that reality was worth defending, and that the heavens had to be held accountable for their actions. Chapter 27. The artifact. During his investigation of a major chaos manifestation in the southeastern territories, Qin Shan discovered something in the ruins that suggested a much larger threat. It was an artifact, not a weapon or a tool, but a record, a message left behind by the manifestation. When Qin Shan examined it with his cultivator's senses, he found an intelligence embedded within it. Not a conscious being, but something like a recording, a blueprint that contained information about how to create better chaos manifestations, how to corrupt celestial beings more effectively, how to accelerate the breakdown of the barrier between reality and chaos. This is a trap, Lu Wei said immediately when Qin Shan showed her the artifact. If you study it completely, you'll know everything the chaos wants you to know. And in learning those things, you might become corrupted yourself. But if I don't study it, someone else will, Qin Shan replied. And they might not be prepared to resist the corruption. He made the difficult decision to allow Sage Wu and several other reformed immortals to study the artifact alongside him, distributing the work so that no single person would gain complete knowledge of its contents. It was a technique borrowed from celestial bureaucracy, one that prevented information from concentrating too much power in too few hands. What they discovered was that the primordial chaos was not working randomly. It had a plan, a strategy for how to break down the walls between reality and chaos. And that plan was entering a critical phase. The chaos had estimated that within 50 years, it would have created enough corrupted beings and enough manifestations to force a confrontation with the heavens. It planned to offer the heavens a choice. Either accept its existence and integrate chaos back into the cosmos, or face a final war that would potentially destroy both order and chaos in the process. It's betting that we'll choose capitulation, Sage Wu said. Because the alternative is mutual destruction. Then we need to find a third option, Qin Shan replied. One that doesn't involve either surrender or apocalypse. Chapter 28. The impossible choice. The next 5 years of Qin Shan's work as celestial auditor focused on trying to find a solution to the problem of primordial chaos. If the chaos had a timeline for forcing a confrontation, then the heavens needed a strategy that didn't involve fighting a war they couldn't win. Qin Shan convened councils of the greatest minds in both the mortal and celestial realms. Philosophers, theorists, and practitioners of celestial law all offered their insights. The discussion ranged from the fundamental nature of reality to practical strategies for preventing chaos corruption. In the end, 3 possible solutions emerged. First, attempt a complete seal of chaos that was so absolute, so reinforced, that no corruption could slip through. This would require resources and effort that would exhaust the heavens, and even then, it might only delay the problem rather than solve it. Second, accept chaos as a fundamental part of reality and learn to coexist with it, potentially integrating some aspects of chaos into the normal cosmic order. This would likely prevent a catastrophic war, but it would also fundamentally alter reality in unpredictable ways. Third, find a way to satisfy the chaos's desire for influence without allowing it to dominate. This would mean giving the chaos power and presence while maintaining enough order to prevent total dissolution. None of the options were good. All of them involved compromises that would have been unthinkable before Qin Shan's reformation. But Qin Shan understood something that the pure theorists did not. Sometimes the only way forward was to accept imperfect solutions. We need to do all 3, he said at the final council meeting. We strengthen the seal against the worst manifestations. We begin limited integration of chaos principles into celestial law. And we open formal negotiations with the primordial chaos, offering it a role in the cosmic order rather than its current status as an enemy. That's madness, one of the council members said. You're suggesting we negotiate with the force that nearly destroyed us. I'm suggesting we acknowledge that we may have been approaching this problem incorrectly, Qin Shan replied. The primordial chaos exists. It cannot be destroyed. Fighting it endlessly will eventually lead to our exhaustion. But what if we could reach a settlement? What if we could agree on boundaries and coexistence? The council debated this for weeks. But eventually, Qin Shan's proposal gained support. It was risky, it was controversial, but it offered a path that didn't lead to catastrophic war. Chapter 29. The negotiation. Attempting to negotiate with primordial chaos was unprecedented and monumentally dangerous. Qin Shan would need to open a direct channel to the consciousness that existed beyond the seal, and doing so without proper protection could result in immediate corruption. But he had something that might provide that protection: his history. Qin Shan had spent years understanding the nature of karmic debt, of how the heavens kept accounts and enforced agreements. He had learned how to navigate celestial law, how to use rules and contracts as weapons. and he had survived direct exposure to chaos multiple times. With assistance from Sage Wu and Lu Wei, Qin Shan constructed a protected chamber that could theoretically withstand exposure to the primordial chaos while maintaining a channel of communication. He also negotiated with the Heavenly Dao itself for protection, a celestial anchor that would prevent him from being fully corrupted if things went wrong. The night he attempted the negotiation, hundreds of beings gathered to watch or monitor from protected distances. If the attempt failed, if Qin Shan was corrupted, there were protocols to contain him and sever the communication channel. Qin Shan sat in the center of the protected chamber and began to lower the barriers that normally prevented communication with the chaos. The presence that emerged in response was vast beyond comprehension. It was not malevolent in the way humans understood malevolence. It simply was existence before order, potential before form, entropy given consciousness. You wish to negotiate, the chaos said, and its voice was like hearing the sound of reality tearing apart. I wish to propose a settlement, Qin Shan replied. His voice did not waver, though every instinct in his body screamed at him to run. There is nothing to settle. We are opposites. We cannot coexist peacefully. We have been coexisting for the entire existence of the cosmos, Qin Shan replied. You exist beyond the seal, and we exist within order. We have maintained a balance, however imperfect. A balance that you maintain through constant effort and vigilance, the chaos said. Why should I accept continued imprisonment when I could simply break the seal and become free? Because I'm offering you something better than freedom, Qin Shan said. I'm offering you integration, a defined role in the cosmic order, influence without dominion. The chaos you represent would have space to express itself without attempting to dissolve reality entirely. There was a sensation of consideration, of the primordial chaos turning its vast attention toward this proposal and examining it from multiple angles. Explain, it said finally. And Qin Shan began to describe the framework that the councils had developed, a system where certain aspects of chaos would be formally incorporated into the celestial order, where change, dissolution, and transformation, all aspects of chaos, would be recognized as necessary counterpoints to order, stasis, and form. It would mean restructuring the heavens again, creating a new balance where chaos and order were not fighting for dominance, but were instead recognized as complementary principles. This would require your agreement to limit your manifestations, Qin Shan explained, to work within boundaries rather than attempting to break them. But in exchange, you would be recognized as a fundamental aspect of reality rather than as an enemy to be contained. And if I refuse, the chaos asked, then we continue as we have been, Qin Shan replied. We will contain you. We will fight your manifestations. We will maintain vigilance. And you will continue to seek ways to break the seal. Eventually, one side will prevail, and reality as it exists will change dramatically either way. The primordial chaos considered this for a long time. Qin Shan could feel the tension building in the chamber as the chaos weighed its options. Finally, it spoke. I will accept this negotiation, but it will require more than words. It will require structural changes to reality itself. Are you prepared for that? Qin Shan took a breath. Yes, he said. I am. Chapter 30. The restructuring begins. The agreement that Qin Shan negotiated with the primordial chaos was the most comprehensive change to the cosmic order since the heavens were first created. It meant altering fundamental principles about how reality operated, how celestial authority functioned, and how cultivators advanced. The process took years. It required convening councils across both the mortal and celestial realms. It required restructuring celestial departments, retraining celestial officials, and essentially dismantling and rebuilding the entire heavenly bureaucracy around new principles. The first major change was the formal recognition of chaos as a celestial principle. A new department was created, the Ministry of Transformation, that would manage the integration of chaos concepts into the cosmic order. Interestingly, Qin Shan offered the position of minister to the primordial chaos itself, represented through a manifestation that was more stable and communicative than its usual chaotic nature. The chaos manifestation that accepted this position called itself Caliph, and it became one of the most unusual members of the celestial hierarchy. It was not quite a being in the traditional sense, but more like a will-given temporary form, a consciousness that existed primarily to advocate for chaos principles within the order. Second, the nature of celestial tribulations was fundamentally altered. Rather than being pure tests of power and character, tribulations now incorporated elements of chaos, unexpected challenges, situations where preparation and technique were less important than adaptability and willingness to embrace change. The immortals objected strenuously. They saw this as weakening the standards of celestial achievement. But Qin Shan was adamant. "We've been selecting for the wrong qualities," he argued before the combined councils. "We've been selecting for stability, for power, for the ability to follow rules. But the greatest threats to reality have come from beings who were perfect specimens of those qualities but lacked the wisdom to use power responsibly. We need to select for adaptability, for moral clarity, for the willingness to make difficult choices." Third, and most controversially, the barrier between the mortal realms and the celestial realms was weakened. This allowed for greater interaction between the realms, but it also meant that chaos had easier access to the mortal world. In exchange, celestial authorities had greater ability to intervene directly in mortal affairs when necessary. Not all of these changes were welcomed. Some sects saw the new tribulation standards as unfair. Some celestial beings felt that allowing chaos integration was a betrayal of order itself. There were protests, even a few attempts at rebellion that had to be suppressed. But over time, the new structure proved more resilient than the old. The integration of chaos principles actually made reality more stable because it acknowledged and accommodated the forces that had been working against the heavens rather than ignoring them. Chapter 31. The New Era. 7 years after his first negotiation with the primordial chaos, Qin Shan stood on a mountain peak in the mortal realms and looked out over a world that was fundamentally different from the one he had been born into. The reformed heavens had been in operation long enough for people to adapt to the new ways. Celestial tribulations had become more challenging but also more meaningful. The new generation of immortals was being selected based on new criteria, producing beings who were more adaptable and wiser in their use of power. In the mortal realms, the reforms had manifested as a new kind of stability. Villages were no longer destroyed by random, misdirected tribulations. Sects worked more cooperatively with celestial authorities rather than operating in isolation or constant conflict. Xianxia, Qin Shan's first disciple, was now a fully ascended immortal herself. She had been appointed as an assistant to one of the reformed sages and was already beginning to implement her own initiatives for further celestial improvement. The Eternal Circle, or what remained of it, had been completely dismantled. Some of its members had accepted the new order and integrated themselves into the reformed heavens. Others had been imprisoned or banished. A few had found their way into the boundary between realities with the primordial chaos, becoming something that was neither order nor chaos but a hybrid of both. Qin Shan's position as celestial auditor had evolved. He was no longer overseeing a reformation that was an active crisis. Instead, he was now the keeper of celestial memory, the one who made sure the reasons for reform were not forgotten, the one who prevented the heavens from sliding back into the corruptions of the past. But there was something else he wanted to do. Chapter 32. The Academy. Qin Shan proposed the creation of the Heavenly Academy, an institution designed to train the next generation of celestial authorities. But unlike the traditional celestial education, which had been narrow and focused on power, the Academy would teach a comprehensive understanding of reality. Students would learn celestial law, but also mortal philosophy. They would study heavenly governance, but also the experiences of those governed. They would train in cultivation techniques, but also in ethics and decision-making under uncertainty. Most controversially, the Academy would explicitly teach about the dangers of corruption, about how intelligent and well-intentioned beings could be led astray, about the structural changes necessary to prevent such corruption. The Heavenly Dao itself approved the proposal, and Qin Shan was offered the position of headmaster. For the first time since becoming celestial auditor, Qin Shan seriously considered returning to the mortal realms. The headmaster position would require him to reside in the divine citadel almost permanently, overseeing the Academy's operations and teaching courses himself. But he also understood something. The work was not finished. The heavens had been reformed, but there was still much to do. And the Academy was the best way to ensure that future generations would maintain the principles of accountability and justice. He accepted the position. Chapter 33. The first class at the Heavenly Academy consisted of 500 students, selected from across both the mortal and celestial realms. They came from diverse backgrounds. Some were already immortals seeking to deepen their understanding. Some were promising mortals handpicked for potential. Some were children of celestial beings who had grown up in the heavens. Qin Shan personally taught the core course on celestial history and governance. He began with his own experience. "I was a farmer," he told the students on the first day of class. "I did not choose to become involved in celestial politics. I was forced into it by the failure of the celestial system to protect those it was supposed to serve. My village was destroyed not by accident, but by the deliberate actions of immortals pursuing their own agendas. And the heavens did not stop them, did not punish them, did not even acknowledge what had happened until I forced the acknowledgement." He paused, letting that sink in. "You are here because we believe you have the potential to become the next generation of celestial authorities. Some of you will become judges, some administrators, some teachers, some fighters defending reality against chaos. Whatever role you take, you will have power. And power without accountability, power without wisdom, power without an understanding of how easily corruption takes root, that power will eventually lead to the suffering of others." The course he taught that year was unlike anything the Academy's traditional curriculum would have produced. He included case studies of celestial mistakes. He demonstrated how the eternal circle had corrupted so many immortals. He explained the principles of karmic law not as abstract concepts, but as practical tools for justice. And he challenged his students to think critically about the heavens they would inherit. Some students thrived in this environment. They asked tough questions, engaged with difficult ideas, and began to develop their own frameworks for thinking about celestial governance. Others struggled. Some felt that Qin Shan was too critical of the heavens, that he was breeding dissent where obedience was necessary. Some believed that certain immortals deserved the power they had, and that Qin Shan's emphasis on accountability was excessive. By the end of the first year, about 30 students had withdrawn or been asked to leave. But the remaining 470 had begun to develop something new, a shared understanding that power should be questioned, that corruption was possible, that systems needed to be held accountable. The Heavenly Academy was becoming something unprecedented, an institution dedicated to teaching celestial beings to be better than the ones that had come before. Chapter 34. The crisis near the end of Qin Shan's 5th year as Academy headmaster. A crisis emerged that tested everything the Reformation had accomplished. A new manifestation of primordial chaos appeared in the boundary between realities, not a corrupted cultivator or a twisted immortal, but something far more dangerous. It was a full-scale attempt by the chaos to expand its influence, to find weak points in the new balance that had been established. The manifestation was called the Void Wave, and it began to spread across multiple regions of the mortal realms, corrupting land and people in its path. Unlike previous chaos manifestations, which had been essentially isolated incidents, the Void Wave was coordinated and strategic. It targeted areas that had weak celestial defenses, took advantage of gaps in the monitoring system, and moved with clear intentionality toward major cultivation centers. "It's testing us," Caliph explained when Qin Shan called an emergency meeting of celestial authorities. The chaos manifestation that had become Minister of Transformation had always been clear-eyed about its own nature and motivations. The primordial chaos wants to know if the new balance can withstand a serious challenge. It wants to know if the agreement I negotiated will hold. "Can we stop it?" Qin Shan asked. "You can contain it," Caliph replied. "You can minimize casualties, prevent it from reaching major population centers, eventually trap it behind a new seal. But you cannot destroy it without violating the terms of the agreement I accepted. Destroying it would mean we return to the old system of pure conflict between order and chaos." Qin Shan understood. The Reformation had created a situation where the heavens could not respond to chaos threats with overwhelming force. They could only respond proportionally, dealing with manifestations while accepting the principle that chaos had a right to some level of presence in reality. "What does the chaos want?" Qin Shan asked Caliph. "That varies," Caliph said. "The primordial chaos is not a singular consciousness with unified goals. It's more like an ocean with currents and eddies, some more aggressive, some more peaceful. The void wave represents an aggressive current. It wants to expand, to consume, to test the limits of what it's allowed to do. Then we need to set clear limits, Qin Shan said. And we need to demonstrate that we will enforce them. Chapter 35. The confrontation. Qin Shan left the academy in the capable hands of his senior instructors and descended to the mortal realms to personally address the void wave. He brought with him a mixed force of celestial beings and advanced mortal cultivators, the kind of army that would have been impossible to assemble before the Reformation, when celestial and mortal forces operated separately. The void wave had corrupted a territory about 50 miles across, turning that entire region into a twisted landscape where normal physical laws did not apply. Buildings existed at impossible angles. Gravity shifted randomly. Time moved differently in different parts of the corrupted zone. When Qin Shan approached the corrupted zone with his forces, the void wave seemed to recognize him. The chaos coalesced into a form, not quite physical, but visible enough to interact with. "You are the auditor," the void wave said with a voice like reality breaking apart. "The one who negotiated with Caliph." "I am," Qin Shan replied. "And I am here to enforce the agreement. You have expanded beyond your authorized influence." "Authorized by whom?" the void wave demanded. "By a manifestation of chaos that has accepted servitude to order? I do not accept such servitude. I am the primordial chaos, and I will not be contained by rules written by beings of order." "Then you will be contained by force," Qin Shan said, "and we will rebuild the seal. The agreement with Caliph will end, and we will return to the old system of pure conflict. Is that what you want?" The void wave was silent for a long moment. Finally, it said, "I want to exist. I want to have space to expand and transform. If I am limited to existing only where Caliph permits, then I am not truly free." "Freedom is not absence of limits," Qin Shan replied. "Freedom is the ability to exist and express yourself within boundaries that allow for the existence of others. Complete freedom for you would mean complete absence of existence for everyone else. That is not freedom. That is tyranny." He turned to his forces. "Prepare to seal the corrupted zone. We will push back the void wave to the boundaries established in the agreement, and we will reinforce those boundaries." What followed was a battle unlike any in celestial history. It was not a battle of overwhelming force against overwhelming force. Instead, it was a careful, methodical process of establishing boundaries and enforcing them. Qin Shan and his forces did not attempt to destroy the void wave. That would violate the agreement. But they slowly, relentlessly pushed it back, constraining it, limiting its expansion, forcing it to accept the boundaries that had been negotiated. It took 3 weeks. By the end, the corrupted zone had been reduced to about 1 mile across, and the void wave had withdrawn to that final position, contained and unable to expand further. Qin Shan negotiated directly with the void wave. "You can exist here," he told it, "permanently. This becomes a zone where your influence is dominant, where you can express yourself freely. But you will not expand beyond this boundary." "And what will enforce this boundary?" the void wave asked. "I will," Qin Shan replied, "personally. And if you attempt to violate it again, the entire agreement will be considered void, and we will rebuild the old seal." The void wave seemed to accept this. It withdrew into its confined zone, and the crisis passed. But Qin Shan understood something important. The Reformation had not eliminated conflict with primordial chaos. It had simply changed the nature of that conflict from all-consuming warfare to constant, vigilant management. The heavens would never be at peace. But perhaps, Qin Shan thought, that was acceptable. Perhaps eternal vigilance was the price of preventing eternal war. Chapter 36. The next generation. 10 years after his appointment as headmaster of the Heavenly Academy, Qin Shan stood in the Great Hall and watched as the 10-year graduating class received their certifications. These 500 students, now young immortals or ascended mortals, would disperse across the celestial and mortal realms to take their positions in the reformed system. Many would become celestial officials. Some would return to lead their home sects with new understanding. A few would become researchers, exploring the boundaries between order and chaos, working to deepen understanding of how reality functioned. One of those graduating with highest honors was a student named Li Chun, who came from a small village in the mortal realms. Li Chun had been 9 years old when a tribulation destroyed his home, when his family was killed and his village was left in ruins. The similarities to Qin Shan's own story were not lost on him. After the ceremony, Li Qin approached Qin Shan. "I want to continue studies," Li Qin said. "I want to become an investigator for the Celestial Auditor's office. I want to help prevent what happened to my village from happening to others." Qin Shan studied the young man. The work of an investigator is often frustrating. You will find corruption that you cannot immediately stop. You will uncover injustices that will require years of evidence gathering before they can be addressed. You will see the slow processes of celestial law move at a pace that will sometimes feel agonizing. "I understand," Li Qin replied. "But if you had given up, if you had accepted that your village's destruction was simply bad luck, where would we be now?" Qin Shan smiled. "Then welcome to the auditor's office. You will train under Xianxia, and you will learn what it means to be a voice for the voiceless in the heavens." With that moment, Qin Shan realized that the Reformation was truly taking root. It was no longer just his mission. It was becoming a shared understanding, a principle that the next generation was taking as their own. The following year, Qin Shan made a significant decision. He stepped down as headmaster of the academy. "The academy no longer needs me," he explained to the Heavenly Dao when he made his resignation. "It has developed its own culture, its own faculty who understand the principles we established. My continued presence might actually impede its growth, making it too focused on my personal vision rather than allowing it to evolve." The Heavenly Dao accepted his resignation, and Qin Shan was offered a new position, Supreme Auditor, responsible for oversight of all celestial operations across all realms and boundaries. Chapter 37. The Supreme Auditor. As Supreme Auditor, Qin Shan had authority that extended even beyond the traditional sages. He could initiate investigations into any celestial operation. He could demand accountability from any celestial being. He could recommend reforms to the highest levels of authority. It was a position of enormous power, and it carried with it enormous responsibility. One of Qin Shan's first acts as Supreme Auditor was to establish a permanent tribunal for celestial crimes. Previously, such tribunals had been convened only as specific situations demanded. Now there would be a standing court, with judges trained in the new principles of celestial justice, ready to hear cases immediately. The first case brought before this new tribunal was against a celestial administrator named Zhang Wei, who had been embezzling celestial resources and selling them to sects in exchange for personal wealth. It was a relatively minor crime in the grand scheme of celestial corruption, but it was precisely the kind of low-level systematic abuse that had previously gone unpunished. The trial lasted 2 weeks. The evidence was overwhelming. Zhang Wei was convicted and sentenced to temporary suspension of celestial authority and forced restitution of the stolen resources. But the real significance was not in the verdict. It was in the fact that the trial happened at all. It established that even minor celestial beings could be held accountable, that the reformed system applied to everyone, not just to high-ranking immortals who faced particularly egregious crimes. Over the next 5 years, Qin Shan's tribunal convicted hundreds of celestial beings for various crimes ranging from corruption to negligence to direct harm. Some sentences were harsh, some were lenient, but all were based on the principle that celestial beings were not above accountability. The cumulative effect was profound. The celestial bureaucracy, which had been pervaded by small-scale corruption that everyone accepted as normal, began to transform. Celestial beings understood that they could no longer profit from dishonesty. The risk of prosecution and penalty was now real. Chapter 38. The Unexpected Visitor. 15 years into his tenure as Supreme Auditor, Qin Shan received a visitor who claimed to be from beyond the heavens. The visitor was a being of indeterminate age and appearance, who seemed to shift slightly depending on how you looked at him. When questioned about his identity, he claimed to represent something called the Observers. "We are beings from parallel realities," he explained, sitting across from Qin Shan in his office. "We exist outside your cosmos, watching how various realities develop and evolve. We have been observing your heavens for quite some time, and we are impressed by the reformation you have instituted." Qin Shan felt immediate suspicion. "What do you want?" "We want to offer knowledge," the visitor replied. "We have observed hundreds of realities, thousands of different ways that cosmic order and chaos have interacted. Some realities have destroyed themselves in conflict between order and chaos. Some have allowed chaos to consume them entirely. Some have achieved a balance similar to what you are attempting. And what do the successful ones have in common? Qin Shan asked. They maintain constant vigilance, but more importantly, they understand that no solution is permanent, the visitor said. The balance you have established with primordial chaos will not last forever. Eventually, either a stronger manifestation of chaos will emerge, or the impulse toward order will become too dominant, causing a different kind of instability. The key is to prepare for these eventual crises. Qin Shan studied the visitor carefully. Why would you help us? What's your agenda? The visitor smiled. We have no agenda. We observe, we record, we occasionally offer knowledge if it seems like it might be useful. The advancement of different realities is not a competition in our view. We are content to watch, to learn, to occasionally contribute if the opportunity arises. I don't trust you, Qin Shan said. That's wise, the visitor replied. Don't trust us, but consider the knowledge we offer on its merits. Use what is useful, discard what is not. The visitor left shortly after, and Qin Shan never saw him again. But the conversation had planted a seed of concern. If the cosmos was large enough to contain observers from outside reality, then the heavens' understanding of their situation might be far more limited than anyone had realized. Chapter 39. The Cosmic Perspective. Qin Shan spent months investigating the claim made by the supposed observer. He searched celestial records for any sign that other realities might exist, any evidence of beings from outside his cosmos. What he found was disturbing. There was clear evidence in ancient celestial records that the heavens had been aware of the possibility of outside observers at some point in the distant past. But that knowledge had been lost, forgotten, removed from accessible records. Someone had deliberately buried information about the existence of parallel realities. He brought this discovery before the reformed sages and caliph. This is a significant revelation, Sage Wu said after reviewing the evidence. If we have been observed, if we are part of a larger cosmos of multiple realities, then our current understanding of celestial hierarchy may be incomplete. It's possible that we're not the highest authority, Qin Shan said. It's possible that there are forces at work on scales we don't perceive. Then we must expand our understanding, Caliph said. The primordial chaos that I represent exists between realities. If there are other realities accessing that space, then there may be forms of chaos we have not encountered, threats we have not prepared for. Qin Shan initiated a comprehensive study of the old records, trying to reconstruct what knowledge had been lost. What he discovered was that ancient celestial beings had indeed been aware of other realities, and they had decided to shut themselves off from that knowledge, to focus exclusively on managing their own cosmos rather than trying to understand a larger picture they could not control. This was perhaps a wise decision, Sage Lin noted. She had been slowly rehabilitating her reputation through service to the reformed heavens and now served as an advisor to the sages. If we understand that there are forces beyond our comprehension and control, it could lead to paralysis. Or it could lead to humility, Qin Shan countered. It could lead to us understanding that the great issues we debate, order versus chaos, celestial authority versus mortal rights, might be relatively small in a cosmos vast beyond imagination. Over time, Qin Shan made the decision to gradually reintroduce knowledge of parallel realities into celestial understanding. He established a research division dedicated to studying the boundaries of the cosmos, exploring what might exist beyond the known heavens and mortal realms. This research was controversial. Some celestial beings felt it was dangerous to even contemplate the existence of forces beyond their control. Others felt it was essential knowledge that could not be suppressed forever. But the research proceeded, and over the following years, it began to reveal mysteries that would reshape how the heavens understood their own existence. Chapter 40. The discovery. 15 years after the mysterious visitor's appearance, Qin Shan's research team made a breakthrough. They discovered evidence of a communication system that had existed in ancient times, a network through which the heavens had apparently been in contact with other realities. More shockingly, they discovered evidence suggesting that the primordial chaos that Qin Shan had negotiated with was not actually the true primordial chaos. It was a manifestation, a projection, a representation of something far larger that existed in the spaces between realities. This changes everything, Qin Shan said when he reviewed the findings. The primordial chaos we've been negotiating with, the agreement we made with Caliph. All of that might be interactions with only a fragment of what actually exists beyond our reality. Does this mean the agreement is invalid? Asked Chen Xiao, who had continued to rise in celestial authority and now served as Qin Shan's deputy. No, Caliph said. The chaos manifestation had become almost a regular presence in celestial meetings, present as an advocate for chaos principles, but also as a participant in governance. The agreement is valid because I accepted it as representative of the primordial chaos. But it may be that the larger chaos, the one that exists beyond this reality, has different ideas about the arrangement. Then we need to re-establish communication with the true source, Qin Shan said. We need to understand what it actually wants and what it's willing to accept. This decision would have seemed impossible before the Reformation. The idea of deliberately opening channels to the primordial chaos, of actively seeking communication with the force that had threatened to destroy reality, would have been seen as suicidal. But the reformed heavens had learned something important. Communication was often safer than isolation. If you could talk to your enemy, you could at least understand their motivations and potentially negotiate. If you cut off communication and hid from them, you could at least achieve a kind of surface peace, but it would be based on ignorance and constant fear. Initiate contact, Qin Shan ordered. Carefully, with full protections, but establish communication with whatever exists beyond the seal. Chapter 41. The voice beyond establishing communication with the true primordial chaos proved far more difficult than Qin Shan had anticipated. The projections and manifestations that they could interact with, like Caliph, were not actual entities but representations, like ambassadors or emissaries. To reach the actual consciousness that existed beyond the boundaries of reality required techniques that had not been used in centuries, rituals that had to be reconstructed from fragmentary ancient texts. When the connection finally opened, what came through was not a voice or even an intelligible presence. Instead, it was a sensation of awareness, an understanding that they were being perceived by something vast and incomprehensibly ancient. You seek to understand. It communicated, not through words, but through direct consciousness-to-consciousness contact. This is new. Previous realities that encountered us sought only to hide from us. I am Qin Shan, Supreme Auditor of the Reformed Heavens. Qin Shan communicated back. I want to understand what you are, what you want, and what is possible for coexistence between your nature and ours. There was a sensation of laughter, if laughter could occur in the spaces between dimensions. You are different from other celestial beings I have encountered. You have accepted powerlessness as the price of knowledge. Most beings try to deny the limitations of their understanding. You acknowledge them openly. The presence paused. I am not what your cultures call God or Creator. I am not an individual entity with singular motivations. I am the void, the emptiness between things, the entropy that exists in all reality. I am not contained to your cosmos. I exist in all realities, permeating them, seeking expression wherever order tries to establish itself. Then the chaos that we negotiated with, Qin Shan said. Caliph and the manifestations we've interacted with, they are expressions of your will? Yes and no, the presence replied. They are expressions of my existence, but I have not specifically willed their actions. I do not direct them as a unified consciousness directs limbs. I simply am, and where I am, chaos expresses itself. The fact that Caliph chose to negotiate with you, to accept a role within your celestial system, that was not my direction. That was an expression of one facet of my existence choosing an adaptive path. So there are different factions of chaos, different manifestations that might have different goals. Qin Shan asked. Not factions exactly, but expressions. Think of it this way. In your body, each cell does not receive specific direction from your mind about its every action, but they are all still you. They are all expressing your nature. The chaos you call Caliph is expressing one aspect of my nature. The void wave that tested you expressed a different aspect. All of them are me, but not unified by singular intention. Qin Shan began to understand. The primordial chaos was not a singular being that could be negotiated with as an equal. It was a fundamental force that expressed itself in multiple ways, sometimes cooperatively, sometimes conflictingly. Then what would lead you to destroy our reality? Qin Shan asked. The ultimate state toward which all things move, the presence replied. Asterisk entropy increases in all systems. Eventually, all order dissolves. All realities eventually return to chaos. This is not something I impose. It is the fundamental nature of existence. Some realities resist this process through constant effort. Others accept it and transition peacefully. Your previous heavens tried to resist absolutely, which made them brittle and prone to catastrophic collapse. Your reformed approach, accepting some chaos, integrating transformation into your order, this is a more stable position. It allows for gradual evolution rather than catastrophic revolution. Asterisk. So the agreement we made with Caliph, accepting integration of chaos principles, this actually works against the eventual dissolution? Qin Shan asked. It works with it, the presence corrected. Asterisk. It does not prevent it. Nothing prevents it. But by accepting transformation now, by allowing for constant change and adjustment, you prevent the accumulation of brittleness that would lead to sudden collapse. You extend the life of your reality through acceptance of change rather than resistance to it. Asterisk. Chapter 42. The harmony principle. Based on this expanded understanding, Qin Shan initiated what would become the harmony principle, a fundamental restructuring of how the heavens understood their relationship with primordial chaos. Rather than seeing chaos as an enemy that must be contained, or even as a neutral force that must be balanced, the harmony principle taught that chaos and order were part of a single cosmic process. Entropy was not an enemy of the heavens. It was a partner in the dance of existence. This principle would have seemed heretical before the Reformation. But the reformed celestial beings, trained in the academy and selected for their ability to think critically, understood the logic. Cultivation breakthroughs were reconceived as moments of ordered transition, where the chaos of transformation was channeled into productive growth. Celestial governance was restructured to expect that no system would remain permanently perfect, that adaptation and change were features rather than bugs. The tribulation system was completely redesigned around the harmony principle. Rather than testing whether cultivators could resist chaos, tribulations now tested whether they could work with chaos, flow with transformation, and emerge stronger through integration of chaotic elements. This produced cultivators who were more resilient, more adaptable, more capable of handling the genuine uncertainties of reality. But it also produced something else, a general acceptance that reality was not a fixed thing that could be preserved through vigilance, but a process that could only be guided, not controlled. This is what the observers were hinting at, Qin Shan noted when Qin Shan explained the harmony principle at an assembly of sages. The successful realities understand that constant change is not something to resist, it's something to work with. Exactly, Qin Shan replied. We spent centuries trying to maintain stability through rigid control. But rigidity is what leads to catastrophic failure. A tree that cannot bend will break in a storm. A river that cannot flow will become stagnant. The heavens must learn to be flexible while maintaining their essential structure. The harmony principle spread through the celestial hierarchy over the following decade. Some resistance remained, particularly from older immortals who had spent centuries in positions of power and found the constant emphasis on change and adaptation unsettling. But the evidence was clear. Realities that adapted survived longer. Realities that resisted inevitably collapsed. And the heavens wanted to survive. Chapter 43. The Cosmic Council. As the implications of multiversal realities became clearer, Qin Shan made a revolutionary proposal to the Heavenly Dao itself. We should establish contact with other realities, he proposed. Not to trade or compete, but to share knowledge. If other realities have faced challenges similar to ours, they may have developed solutions. And if they face threats we have not encountered, we can prepare. The Heavenly Dao accepted this proposal, and for the first time in recorded history, the heavens began to deliberately reach out to other cosmic systems. The results were astonishing. It turned out that dozens of realities existed in proximity to theirs, each with their own celestial systems, their own struggles with primordial chaos, their own evolving frameworks for understanding cosmic order. Some realities had developed even more sophisticated approaches to managing chaos. Others had simply chosen to accept gradual entropy and were preparing for eventual transition back to chaos in billions of years. A few realities had catastrophically failed, collapsing into pure chaos or pure order, becoming uninhabitable wastelands where nothing could survive. The study of these other realities became the new frontier of celestial research. Schools were established to teach about multiversal cosmology. A network was set up where celestial officials could exchange information across realities. And gradually, something unprecedented began to form: a cosmic council, composed of representatives from multiple realities, meeting to discuss common problems and share solutions. Qin Shan found himself at the center of this development. Because of his unique combination of mortal origins, celestial authority, and willingness to think beyond the limitations of his own reality, he became the primary negotiator between realities. Chapter 44. The Crisis of the Void. About 3 years into the Cosmic Council's existence, a crisis emerged that threatened to destabilize the entire multiversal network. A reality called the Void, a cosmos that had essentially collapsed into pure entropy, began to expand. Rather than remaining contained within its own boundaries, the Void was beginning to encroach on neighboring realities, corrupting them, spreading the state of absolute entropy. This was a phenomenon that had never been recorded before. Realities might fail individually, but they did not usually threaten others in the process. The Cosmic Council convened an emergency session. "This is catastrophic," said the representative from the Harmony reality, one of the most advanced realities in the cosmic network. "If the Void continues to expand, it will eventually consume all connected realities. We are seeing the beginning of a multiversal entropy cascade." "What can we do?" Qin Shan asked. "We don't know," admitted the Harmony representative. "This is unprecedented. We have never tried to prevent the entropy of an entire reality before." But Qin Shan had an idea. "What if we apply the principles we've learned from Caliph and primordial chaos? What if instead of trying to prevent the Void from expanding, we try to communicate with it? The Void is not evil or malevolent. It's simply the natural state toward which all entropy moves. What if we could reach an understanding with it?" The other reality representatives were skeptical, but the situation was desperate enough that any attempt was worth making. Chapter 45. The negotiation with entropy. Establishing communication with the expanding Void proved monumentally difficult. The Void did not have the kind of consciousness that could easily be negotiated with. It was more like trying to negotiate with gravity or decay. It was not an intelligent entity, but a fundamental process. But Qin Shan worked with Caliph and the celestial researchers to develop techniques for interaction. They reached out through the boundaries between realities, finding the thinnest points where communication might be possible. What they encountered was not opposition, but something more unsettling: indifference. The Void was not actively trying to expand. It was simply doing what entropy does naturally. The expansion was not motivated. It was physics playing out at the cosmological scale. "Then we need to change the physics," Qin Shan concluded. "We need to establish a barrier that can contain the Void while it continues its process locally." This required the combined resources of the Cosmic Council. Multiple realities contributed their understanding of celestial engineering, their knowledge of boundary manipulation, their power. Together, they constructed something unprecedented: a multiversal containment field, a barrier that existed across multiple realities simultaneously, designed to slow and eventually halt the expansion of the Void. The process took months. Celestial beings from multiple realities worked in concert, something that would have been unimaginable before the formation of the Cosmic Council. When the containment field was finally activated, the expansion of the Void slowed dramatically. It did not stop entirely. Entropy could never truly be stopped, but it was contained, limited to a defined region of space where it would not threaten neighboring realities. The Cosmic Council had proven that even at the multiversal scale, problems could be solved through communication, cooperation, and understanding. Chapter 46. The Academy expands. Following the successful containment of the Void, Qin Shan proposed expanding the Heavenly Academy to include students from other realities. If our realities are connected, if we face common challenges, then we should share knowledge and training, he argued before the Cosmic Council. An academy that teaches not just celestial governance, but multiversal principles could help prevent future crises. The proposal was accepted. The academy was restructured to accept students from multiple realities, to teach cross-reality history and cosmology, to develop professionals who understood not just their own cosmos, but the broader multiversal network. This expansion created challenges. Different realities had different physics, different celestial systems, different conceptions of what order and chaos meant. Teaching a curriculum that bridged these differences required innovation and flexibility. But it also created tremendous benefits. Students who interacted with beings from other realities developed broader perspectives. They understood that their own reality's solutions might not work elsewhere, that humility about the limits of one's understanding was essential, that communication across difference was possible. The Academy became a proving ground for multiversal civilization. Chapter 47. The New Threats. As the cosmic network grew more interconnected, new threats began to emerge. Some realities were not interested in peaceful coexistence. There were realities governed by immortals who saw other realities as resources to exploit. There were cosmic entities that hunted across reality boundaries, feeding on the celestial energy that powers different universes. One particularly troubling entity was something called the Devourer, a being that existed partially outside normal reality and consumed the essences of celestial beings wherever it found them. When the Devourer began to prey on celestial officials in Qin Shan's reality, the Cosmic Council had to develop a response. "This is a predator," explained the representative from the war reality, a cosmos that had evolved particularly sophisticated combat techniques. "We have experience with such entities. They can be fought, but it requires weapons and tactics that most realities do not typically employ." Qin Shan worked with the war reality representative to develop strategies for combating the Devourer. This involved weaponizing celestial energy in ways that had not been done since the original formation of the heavens. The conflict lasted 3 years. Multiple celestial beings were killed. Several outposts were destroyed. But eventually, the Devourer was defeated through a combination of techniques drawn from multiple realities. The victory came at significant cost, and it revealed a harsh truth. The multiversal network was not inherently peaceful. It contained predators and parasites just as the mortal realms did. Maintaining the network's stability would require constant vigilance and willingness to fight when necessary. Chapter 48. The Auditor's Burden. 25 years into his tenure as Supreme Auditor, Qin Shan found himself in a peculiar position. He had started as a farmer seeking justice for his destroyed village. He had become a reformer, changing the heavens. He had become a bridge between realities, negotiating cosmic treaties. And now he was a warrior, fighting enemies that existed across multiversal boundaries. His cultivation base had grown far beyond what his accelerated ascension had originally granted him. He was now one of the most powerful beings in the known cosmic network. But with that power had come something he had not anticipated: weariness. "You are tired," Lu Wei observed when she visited him in his chambers. Lu Wei had also advanced considerably over the decades, eventually accepting a position as deputy to the Ministry of Transformation, working alongside Caliph to manage the integration of chaos principles across multiple realities. "I am," Qin Shan admitted. "I came to the heavens seeking justice for one village. Now I find myself responsible for the stability of entire realities." "Then perhaps it is time to consider succession," Lu Wei suggested. "You have trained Xianxia and Li Chun. There are other academy graduates who have proven themselves capable of handling celestial authority. You could step aside and let the next generation take their turn." Qin Shan considered this. Part of him wanted to return to simplicity, to find a small corner of the cosmos where he could live peacefully. But another part of him understood that he was one of the few beings in existence who had the perspective necessary to navigate multiversal politics effectively. "Not yet," he finally said. "The multiversal network is still too young, still too fragile. I will continue until the next crisis is past. But you are right. I need to start preparing someone to replace me." Chapter 49. The successor. Over the following years, Qin Shan worked closely with Li Chun, mentoring him in the complexities of cosmic governance. Li Chun had proven to be an exceptional investigator and administrator. More importantly, He brought a perspective that Qin Shan had not possessed when younger, a deep understanding of what it meant to be mortal and voiceless, and a commitment to ensuring that voice was never silenced again. When Qin Shan proposed Li Chun as his eventual successor to the position of Supreme Auditor, the Cosmic Council approved it almost immediately. "He represents what we hope to build," said the representative from the Harmony Reality. "An administrator who comes from the people, who understands their struggles, who has dedicated his existence to their protection and advancement." Li Chun accepted the responsibility with characteristic humility. "I will do my best to uphold the principles that the former Supreme Auditor established," he said formally. "You will do better than that," Qin Shan told him privately. "You will establish your own principles, based on what you learn and what you believe. The best succession is one where the successor improves upon what came before, not merely replicates it." Chapter 50. The retirement on his 60th year of service, measured not by the aging of his body, which had essentially stopped aging when he became immortal, but by the passage of cosmic time. Qin Shan stepped down as Supreme Auditor. The ceremony of his retirement was attended by representatives from dozens of realities. The Heavenly Dao itself manifested, offering its own acknowledgement of his service. Even Caliph appeared, expressing through its alien consciousness a kind of respect that chaos could extend to order. "You have changed the nature of celestial existence," the Heavenly Dao told him. "You have taken what might have been merely administrative positions and transformed them into moral stance. You have shown that power exists to serve, not to dominate. This is the legacy you leave." Qin Shan accepted the honors graciously, but what he looked forward to most was the opportunity to simply exist without the constant burden of decision-making. He established a residence in a small sect in the mortal realms, a place that had once been devastated by tribulation misdirection and had been rebuilt by its mortal inhabitants into something beautiful. He spent his time teaching at the academy several days a week, but mostly he lived quietly, observing how the systems he had helped create continued to evolve. Chapter 51. The observation in his retirement, Qin Shan began to understand something profound about the cosmos and his role in it. He had spent decades fighting against entropy, against chaos, against the forces that threatened to dissolve the ordered structures of reality. But now, removed from the constant pressure of crisis management, he began to see what he had not seen before. The cosmos was not something that could be permanently fixed. The tensions between order and chaos, the struggles between different realities, the conflicts between beings with different values, these were not problems to be solved, but features of existence itself. A perfect universe would be static and lifeless. A universe in constant struggle was a universe that was alive, changing, growing. His village's destruction, which had triggered his entire journey, had seemed like a catastrophe. And in the moment, it was. 300 people died. That death was real and tragic. But that tragedy had eventually led to reform that protected countless more people from similar fates. It had led to changes in celestial governance that would continue to echo through the ages. It had led to his understanding and others' understanding that power must be held accountable. None of that made the original tragedy acceptable, but it suggested that even catastrophe could eventually lead to meaning if you were willing to look long enough and far enough. Chapter 52. The Visitor Returns. 50 years into his retirement, the mysterious visitor appeared again. The one who claimed to represent the observers from beyond reality. "I wanted to see how things had developed," the visitor said, settling into a chair in Qin Shan's quiet study. "When I last spoke with you, the Reformation was just beginning. I wondered if it would succeed or if reality would eventually revert to the old patterns." "What did you observe?" Qin Shan asked. "Success, though not in the way you might have expected," the visitor replied. "The heavens did not become a perfect place of absolute justice. That would have been impossible, but they became better, more accountable, more transparent, more capable of adapting to new challenges." "And the multiversal network?" Qin Shan asked. "Fascinating," the visitor said. "Most realities eventually move toward isolation. They see other realities as threats or distractions and retreat into themselves. But your network chose connection. It chose to share knowledge and combine resources. That is rarer than you might think." "Why are you telling me this?" Qin Shan asked. "Because there are other realities that are beginning similar journeys," the visitor said. They have experienced crises that forced them to question their fundamental assumptions. They are starting to consider reformation. I thought you might want to know that the path you walked is one that others might walk as well. And if they knew that you had walked it, that you had succeeded, it might give them courage. The visitor rose and prepared to leave. Will I see you again? Qin Shan asked. Perhaps, the visitor said. Or perhaps others like me will visit you. We observers do not operate by a set schedule. We simply appear when we believe our knowledge might be useful. You have learned to offer knowledge without dominating those who receive it. That is a lesson worth spreading across the multiversal network. Chapter 53. The teaching after the observer's visitor left, Qin Shan made a decision. He wrote down the story of his journey, not as a chronicle of events, but as a teaching document. He described the principles he had discovered, the mistakes he had made, the things he had learned about governance and accountability, and the nature of chaos and order. The document became known as the Auditor's Testament, and it was distributed throughout the Cosmic Council's network. Some realities found it useful. Some dismissed it as one being's unique experience that might not apply to their particular situation. But some realities saw in it the seed of possibility, the idea that transformation was possible, that corruption could be addressed, that the heavens could be made to serve rather than dominate. More realities began to initiate reformations similar to Qin Shan's. Some succeeded. Some partially succeeded, implementing some reforms while resisting others. Some failed, their celestial powers closing ranks against change and eventually leading to those realities' stagnation. But the seed had been planted. Change was becoming possible in realities where it had previously seemed impossible. Chapter 54. The final understanding in the twilight years of his extended life. For even immortals eventually came to the end of their particular existence. Qin Shan sat on a mountain overlooking the village that had once been destroyed and that he had helped rebuild in principle, if not in fact. He thought about the path that had brought him to this place. A simple farmer. A tragedy. An impossible chance. A revolution in thought and practice. And he came to an understanding that he had glimpsed many times but never fully articulated. The journey was the point. Not the destination of a perfectly reformed heavens, because perfection was impossible. Not even the specific changes that had been made, though those were important. But the constant struggle to make things better, the willingness to question power, the commitment to accountability. These things constituted what it meant to truly live. A static universe might be efficient, but it would not be alive. His village had been destroyed. That was tragic. But the meaning it had eventually generated, the accountability it demanded, the changes it forced, the generations of improved governance it eventually enabled, that was what transformed tragedy into significance. Qin Shan understood now that this was the true teaching. Not that suffering could be avoided or that tragedy could be prevented, but that suffering could have meaning if one was willing to work toward making sure that no one else had to suffer in the same way. Chapter 55. The continuation on the day that Qin Shan finally released his position as Supreme Auditor. His official role, even though he had been retired for decades, and made space for new leadership to emerge fully, he stood before the academy he had founded and the multiversal network he had helped create. Lichen addressed him first. You have given us a foundation. What you do now, after you step aside, will tell us whether that foundation will grow or will remain as a monument to one being's vision. Then I will teach, Qin Shan said simply. For as long as I can, I will teach. I will share what I have learned with those who want to learn. I will speak against injustice when I see it. And I will trust that the next generation will take what I have shown them and build something even better. The Heavenly Dao manifested one final time in his presence. Asterisk, you came to us seeking only justice for your village. You leave having changed the nature of justice itself. This is the legacy of those who are willing to demand better not just for themselves, but for all. Rest now, Qin Shan. You have earned peace. Asterisk, but Qin Shan understood that the work would never truly be finished. There would always be injustice that needed to be addressed. There would always be systems that needed reforming. There would always be the eternal tension between order and chaos that had to be managed. The fight was not over. It might never be over. But at least now it was a fight that countless others understood as necessary and would continue even if he one day truly stepped away. That was enough. That was everything. Let me continue with chapters 56 to 75 for the next part. Chapter 56. The Hidden Archives. 3 years after his official retirement, Qin Shan was invited by the newest generation of celestial auditors to examine something that had been discovered in the deepest vaults of celestial records, documentation of an even older Reformation attempt. Apparently, the heavens had not always been as they were when Qin Shan arrived. Centuries before, celestial beings had attempted similar reforms to address corruption and excess. Those reforms had failed. The records detailed how earlier reformers had established accountability systems, had tried to reduce the concentration of power, had attempted to create transparency in celestial governance. But over time, those systems had degraded. New administrators had found ways around restrictions. The cultures of accountability had faded as generations of celestial beings who did not remember why the reforms were necessary came to power. And eventually, the whole system had reverted to corruption, requiring yet another reformation. This is the danger we face, Qin Shan explained to the assembly of young auditors. Reform is not a destination. It is a process. If we think of what we have created as permanent, as something that has been fixed and will remain fixed, we are setting ourselves up for eventual failure. Then what is the solution? Asked a young auditor named Wei Cheng. If reformation always eventually fails, what is the point of attempting it? The solution is cultural transmission, Qin Shan replied. You must ensure that each generation of celestial beings understands why the reforms were necessary. You must teach them not just the rules that result from reformation, but the stories of what came before. The personal testimonies of those who suffered under the old system. The records of corruption and excess. He paused. And you must remain vigilant. Reformation is not a single act. It is 1,000 acts, repeated every day, by people who choose accountability even when no one is watching. Chapter 57. The crisis of memory. The discovery of the failed Reformation history triggered something Qin Shan had not anticipated. A philosophical crisis in the celestial hierarchy. If previous reformations had failed, if the heavens kept reverting to corruption no matter what systems were put in place, then what was the point of any of it? Some celestial beings began to argue for acceptance of corruption as inevitable. Why should we pretend to be better than we are? They asked. Why should we maintain the pretense of accountability when the system will eventually fall apart anyway? Others argued for more extreme measures. Complete erasure of power structures, total decentralization, even surrender to chaos. Qin Shan found himself having to make philosophical arguments he had never needed to make before. He had spent decades fighting corruption, but he had not needed to justify why corruption was worth fighting against. Now, facing beings who were tempted by nihilism, he had to articulate something he had only felt intuitively. The fact that something eventually fails does not mean it is not worth doing, he told a gathering of troubled celestial beings. A flower blooms and eventually wilts. That does not make the bloom worthless. A civilization is built and eventually collapses. That does not mean the civilization added nothing to the cosmos. A reformation succeeds for a time and eventually decays. That does not mean it was a failure. But thousands of beings suffered under the old corruptions, and after our reformation eventually falls, thousands more will suffer under the new corruptions, countered a sage who had opposed many of Qin Shan's reforms. Is that progress? Or is it just different forms of the same suffering? It is different forms of the same struggle, Qin Shan replied. And that struggle is what makes existence meaningful. A universe where beings simply accepted corruption and did nothing about it would be a universe where consciousness had given up on itself. I will not accept that, and neither should you. Chapter 58. The new monument to combat the philosophical crisis. Qin Shan initiated the construction of something unprecedented, a monument to reformation. This was not a statue or a building, but a continuously updated record, a living archive that would preserve the stories of those who had suffered under the old corruptions, those who had worked for the Reformation, and those who would work for future reformations. The monument was designed to last as long as possible, with backup systems and multiversal redundancy. It was written not just in celestial records, but encoded into the structure of reality itself, so that destroying it would be essentially impossible without destroying the entire cosmos. Why are you doing this? Lu Wei asked when she reviewed the monument's design. Because I will not let the suffering be forgotten, Qin Shan replied. I will not let future generations of celestial beings rationalize corruption by pretending the old system was not truly corrupt or that the harm it caused was exaggerated. As long as the stories are remembered, as long as the names and faces of the victims are preserved, the incentive to repeat the mistakes will be reduced. The monument was completed 5 years later. It contained millions of individual testimonies, detailed accounts of corruption's effects, records of every major reform attempt throughout the cosmos's history. And it contained something else, a list of currently suspected corruptions, mysteries unsolved, injustices not yet addressed. It created accountability pressure simply by existing, by forcing celestial beings to acknowledge what was known but not acted upon. Some celestial beings hated the monument. They saw it as accusatory, as implying that the heavens were fundamentally corrupt and always would be. But others saw it as liberating. It meant they did not have to pretend the system was perfect. They could acknowledge flaws while still working to minimize them. The monument became one of Qin Shan's greatest legacies. Chapter 59. The Multiversal Crisis. 2 decades into his retirement, Qin Shan received an urgent summons from the Cosmic Council. A new crisis had emerged that required his immediate attention. One of the realities in the multiversal network had undergone what could only be described as a complete governmental collapse. All celestial authority had fallen, all order had broken down, and the reality was descending into chaos. Not the controlled, integrated chaos that the heavens had learned to work with, but complete, unmanaged dissolution. The people in that reality are suffering catastrophically, Li Chen explained when Qin Shan arrived at the council chamber. We have the power to intervene, to impose order, to essentially conquer and restructure that reality according to our principles. But if we do, we become colonial powers, imposing our will on another reality. What do they want? Qin Shan asked. That's the problem, said the representative from the Harmony reality. There is no unified authority to express wants. The reality has fragmented into thousands of feuding factions. Some of them are calling for our intervention. Some are calling for our destruction. Most are too focused on survival to call for anything. Qin Shan sat in silence for a long time, thinking about this impossible situation. It was the same problem he had faced repeatedly throughout his existence. How to help without dominating. How to impose accountability without imposing control. Finally, he said, we establish a neutral zone within that reality. A space where we offer basic governance structures and protection. We make it clear that we will not force anyone to join, but that anyone who wishes to live under reformed celestial principles can do so. Then we wait to see if people choose to join. That could take centuries, Li Chen said. Yes, Qin Shan agreed. But the alternative is to become the very thing we reformed against, a power structure that imposes itself on those without the ability to consent. Chapter 60. The Long Redemption. The plan to establish a neutral zone in the collapsing reality proved more difficult in practice than in theory. Qin Shan established the zone himself, using his own power to anchor it against the chaotic dissolution occurring around it. He made it clear through every means of communication available that anyone seeking protection and order could find it there. For the first year, only a few thousand came. The zone that had seemed so vast now seemed cramped, and there were whispers among the celestial authorities that they should intervene more directly. But Qin Shan refused. We let the people choose, he said. If they choose dissolution, that is their right. By the 10th year, millions had migrated to the neutral zone. By the 50-year mark, billions. The neutral zone had become a fully functional reality within the larger collapse, a small island of order and governance in a sea of chaos. And then something unexpected happened. Some of the factions in the dissolving reality began to voluntarily implement the governance structures that had been developed in the neutral zone. Not because they were forced to, but because they saw that those structures worked, that they produced better outcomes than chaos did. Over the course of a century, the collapsing reality gradually stabilized. Not because of top-down control, but because people had chosen, of their own will, to accept accountability structures and reform celestial principles. The process took longer than forced intervention would have. Many people suffered who might have been saved by immediate, overwhelming action. But the resulting reality was one where the people themselves had chosen order rather than having it imposed upon them. This is what mature intervention looks like. Qin Shan told the next class of academy students. Not the heroic rescue, where powerful beings sweep in and save the day, but the patient availability, the willingness to wait while others figure out what they actually want, the acceptance that some suffering cannot be prevented, even as you work to minimize it. Chapter 61. The unexpected darkness. 40 years into his retirement, Qin Shan discovered something that fundamentally challenged his understanding of the cosmos. A researcher from the academy, investigating the boundaries between realities, made a shocking discovery. There was another side to the observer's realm, a side that existed in shadow, away from the peaceful researcher communities that the observers normally inhabited. This shadow realm contained something Qin Shan had not anticipated. Observers who had gone rogue, who had lost faith in peaceful observation and had begun to actively manipulate the realities they were supposed to merely watch. There is a faction called the Architects, explained the researcher, a young celestial being named Lin Mei. They believe that observation is passive, that it is insufficient. They believe the observers should take active control of multiple realities, reshaping them according to their vision of what realities should be. Have they attempted to manipulate our reality? Qin Shan asked. We believe so, Lin Mei replied. The tribulation that destroyed your original village. The official history says it was an error. But what if it was not? What if the architects were testing whether a simple mortal with access to karmic debt could be a useful tool for reshaping celestial authority? The implication hit Qin Shan like a physical blow. His entire journey, everything he had accomplished, might have been orchestrated by manipulative beings from beyond his reality. He sat with this possibility for a long time. It changed nothing about what he had done. The reforms were real. The improvements were genuine. The people helped were actually helped. But it suggested that he might not have been as free an actor as he had believed. Even his attempts to break free from celestial control might have been anticipated and incorporated into someone else's larger plan. Chapter 62. The confrontation. Qin Shan made the decision to travel to the observer's realm and confront the architects directly. The journey required assistance from Caliph and the chaos manifestations, as well as celestial beings who understood multiversal navigation. When he finally arrived at the Shadow Realm, what he found was a complex society of observers who had essentially gone to war with their own peaceful cousins over the question of how much influence they should exercise over other realities. The leader of the Architects faction was a being named Kale, no relation to Caliph, though there was similarity in their nature. Kale greeted Qin Shan with something like amusement. You have finally discovered our involvement, Kale said. I must say, I expected it to take longer. You are more perceptive than most tools of change. Am I your tool? Qin Shan asked directly. In a sense, Kale replied, but not in the way you fear. We did not orchestrate your village's destruction. That was genuinely an error by celestial beings who were being influenced by our agents. But the error was unplanned. However, once it occurred, we recognized the potential. We ensured you survived. We guided events to make sure you discovered the karmic debt system. We suggested to celestial beings that the eternal circle might be useful as a tool. Qin Shan felt rage building inside him, but he forced it down. Why? Because the heavens needed reformation, and they would never reform themselves, Kale replied. Power never surrenders itself voluntarily. It must be forced to surrender by pressure from below. We provided that pressure, through you. So everything I accomplished was manipulation, Qin Shan said. No, Kale replied. Everything you accomplished was real. The reforms are genuine. The improvements are substantive. But you did not accomplish them by virtue of your own strength alone. You accomplished them because we helped arrange the circumstances. Does that make your accomplishments meaningless? Qin Shan considered this carefully. It makes them differently meaningful. I thought I was fighting against an order that deserved to be fought against. But you're suggesting I was fighting against an order that you designed to be challenged. Yes, Kale said. And if we had not provided those challenges, if you had been born into a stable, uncorrupted heavens, would you have felt compelled to reform anything? Qin Shan realized what Kale was doing. The architect was trying to make him complicit, to make him accept that his actions had been fundamentally directed by outside forces. It does not matter, Qin Shan finally said. Whether I was manipulated or not, the principles I fought for remain valid. The reforms I initiated remain valuable. The people who benefited from them actually benefited. You may have set the stage, but I wrote the play. And that is precisely why you are valuable, Kale said. Lesser beings would have collapsed into nihilism upon learning of our involvement. But you understand that even controlled freedom is still freedom. That even guided rebellion can produce genuine change. This is why we have decided to offer you something. Chapter 63. The proposition. Kale offered Qin Shan something that he had never expected, an invitation to join the Architects faction. We are not evil, Kale explained. We simply believe that active guidance produces better outcomes than passive observation. We have improved hundreds of realities by intervening in precisely calculated ways. You have seen the success. You could join us and help expand our work across the multiversal network. Qin Shan considered the offer carefully. Part of him was tempted. The opportunity to prevent suffering by actively guiding events, to avoid the tragic mistakes that his passive intervention policy in the collapsing reality had failed to prevent. It was seductive, but he also understood the danger. The path from guided intervention for good outcomes to forced imposition of what we think is good was short and steep. No, Qin Shan said. I will not join you, but I will recommend that the Cosmic Council establish formal contact with the observers. I will recommend that they understand your perspective, that they listen to your arguments. But ultimately, I believe that the freedom to make mistakes, to choose wrong, to develop in unexpected ways, is more valuable than the guarantee of good outcomes imposed from above. Kale seemed unsurprised. That is what I expected you to say. It is why you were the right choice for the initial intervention, and why you would be the wrong choice for continued manipulation. You have too much integrity for that role. Chapter 64. The Warning. When Qin Shan returned to his reality with this knowledge, he made a decision that would have major implications. He fully disclosed the Architect's existence and influence to the Cosmic Council and to the celestial hierarchy. The revelation caused panic. If the observers had been manipulating events in their reality, they had probably been doing so in others as well. Nothing could be trusted as coincidence. No crisis was certain to be genuine. Every major event had to be re-evaluated with suspicion. This is what they wanted, Li Chun said bitterly. They wanted us to lose trust in the integrity of our own existence. Then we must commit to re-establishing that trust, Qin Shan replied. Not by denying that manipulation happened, we know it did, but by asserting that even manipulated events produced genuine changes. The heavens are reformed. The people were helped. Those facts remain true regardless of whether an external force guided the chain of events that produced them. Over time, a working relationship was established with the observers. Some of the peaceful observers worked actively against the Architects, helping the Cosmic Council identify and counter manipulations. The Architects themselves, recognizing that their secrecy had been compromised, began to operate more openly, though they remained controversial. The revelation changed how the Cosmic Council understood its own existence. Nothing could ever be taken for granted as unmanipulated. All policies had to be evaluated not just on their current merits, but on their possible origins and possible manipulations. But as Qin Shan pointed out, this was actually healthy. It meant the systems had to be robust enough to withstand scrutiny and accusations of manipulation. It meant reformations had to be substantive and genuinely beneficial, not just superficially good. Chapter 65. The teaching continues by the time Qin Shan reached what would have been his 150th year of existence. An age that seemed to mean something to celestial beings, even though physical aging had long since ceased. He had become something unique in the cosmic network, a being who had survived long enough to see his reformations tested, questioned, partially corrupted, and then reconstituted. Most celestial reformers did not live long enough to see their works fail and be rebuilt. But Qin Shan had, and this gave him a perspective that no longer lived celestial being could match. The Academy created a new position specifically for him, the Eternal Witness. His role was to remain alive as long as possible, to continue teaching, to continue reminding each new generation of why the reformations had been necessary. But I will not always be here, Qin Shan told the students on his first formal address in the new position. One day I will die, or choose to return to chaos, or simply cease to exist in any meaningful way. When that day comes, you must be prepared to carry this legacy forward without me. You must understand that being an eternal witness is not about being one person who never dies. It is about a commitment to memory that is passed from generation to generation. He paused. The greatest danger to reformation is the belief that the work is done, that you have finally achieved the perfected system and can now rest. That belief is the seed that grows into complacency, which grows into corruption. You must understand that the work is never done. There is always more to reform, always more injustice to address, always more growth possible. Chapter 66. The personal cost. As Qin Shan continued in his role as eternal witness, he began to notice something about himself. The accumulation of memories was becoming overwhelming. 1,000 years of existence produces 1,000,000,000 moments, 1,000,000 conversations, countless relationships beginning and ending. The human mind, or even the immortal celestial mind, was not designed to retain and process such an accumulation. Qin Shan began to forget details. Small things at first, the names of students he had taught centuries ago, the specifics of arguments he had won, the faces of beings he had worked alongside. But gradually the forgetting accelerated. He found himself in situations where he could not remember what had happened, could not recall what he had decided or why. The continuity of identity that he had maintained for so long began to fray. This is the cost of immortality that no one tells you about, he told Lu Wei, who had been his constant companion and support throughout his journey. Not death, which would be simple, but the slow dissolution of coherent self as memory becomes too vast to maintain integration. Lu Wei, who had aged more slowly than humans but was still showing signs of the accumulated weight of centuries, nodded. I have been experiencing the same thing. At some point, immortal being becomes something other than the continuation of individual consciousness. It becomes something more like a diffuse presence, a collection of fragments that remembers being a person but is no longer quite a person. Then perhaps I should begin the process of retirement from existence itself, Qin Shan suggested. Not yet, Lu Wei said. You still have something valuable to contribute. When that is no longer true, then perhaps you can release yourself from existence. Chapter 67. The transmutation. To cope with the problem of overwhelming memory, Qin Shan worked with the Academy researchers to develop a new technique. They would essentially encode his memories into the monument to reformation, transforming them from personal memories into collective historical records. The process was lengthy and psychologically difficult. Each memory had to be examined, contextualized, and transferred into the monument systems. And as each memory was transferred, Qin Shan felt a subtle change in himself. He retained knowledge of what had occurred, but the emotional weight associated with it diminished. It was like converting lived experience into curriculum material, important and necessary, but fundamentally different from remembering. Over the course of a decade, Qin Shan transferred the bulk of his accumulated memories to external storage. What remained was the essential knowledge, the principles, the lessons, the understanding of how systems worked, but without the crushing weight of accumulated experience. When the process was complete, Qin Shan felt lighter, but also subtly diminished. He was no longer quite the same being who had started the process. Is this death? He asked Caliph, the chaos manifestation that had become one of his closest companions. No, Caliph replied. Death is the cessation of existence. This is transformation. You are becoming something other than what you were, but you are still becoming. The consciousness continues, even as its form changes. Chapter 68. The long war. The centuries following Qin Shan's memory transmutation saw the emergence of new challenges that required the full weight of the cosmic network's attention. The architects, the rogue observer faction, became increasingly bold in their interventions. They began openly working to reshape realities according to their vision, creating what they called optimized realities where they had enforced stability and perfect governance systems. But these optimized realities were sterile, lifeless in their perfection. They had no creativity, no rebellion, no genuine evolution. They were crystalline structures of perfect order, and they inevitably stagnated. When the Cosmic Council attempted to intervene, the architects refused to accept that their work was flawed. They believed their methods were correct, and that any resistance was simply failure of will to accept the better option. What emerged was the multiversal conflict, the first true war between realities. It was not a war fought with weapons in the traditional sense, but with the manipulation of fundamental cosmic forces, with the corruption of entire realities, with beings of apocalyptic power arrayed against one another. Qin Shan found himself called back into service as a military strategist, which was profoundly ironic given that his entire life's work had been dedicated to peaceful resolution and accountability-based governance. But he understood something that many younger celestial beings did not. Sometimes peace required the willingness to fight. Chapter 69. The challenge with fighting the architects was that they could not be defeated through overwhelming military force. Their power came from their ability to manipulate probability and influence at cosmic scales. Traditional warfare was ineffective. Qin Shan proposed a different strategy. Instead of trying to destroy the architects, the Cosmic Council would offer them something they wanted more than the ability to reshape realities. What could they possibly want that would be more valuable than cosmic power? Asked a war-oriented realities representative. The truth, Qin Shan replied. They believe they are acting in the best interest of the cosmos. They believe their optimized realities are genuinely better. But they are wrong. We will demonstrate the flaw in their thinking not through violence, but through evidence. We will show them that their optimized realities fail the test of generating meaningful existence. We will convince them that their methods are wrong. This strategy took decades and enormous patience. Qin Shan and other diplomatic teams worked to contact individual architects, to show them evidence of the sterility of the realities they had created, to present alternative frameworks for understanding what constituted a good reality. Many architects refused to listen, but some, particularly the younger ones who had not been as deeply invested in the project, began to question. And when doubt entered the architects' ranks, their unified force fractured. Chapter 70. The fragmentation. As the architects' internal unity crumbled, the multiversal conflict gradually transformed from an active war into a cold conflict, with various factions of observers pursuing their own agendas rather than a unified agenda. Some architects withdrew entirely from the network, disappearing into isolated pockets of the multiversal structure to pursue their vision without interference. Others, recognizing the failure of their original vision, accepted rehabilitation and reintegration into the network. And a few became something unexpected, allies in the work of reformation. They had learned through failure what Qin Shan had learned through failure, that perfection imposed from above was less valuable than messy evolution through freedom of choice. The end of the multiversal conflict was not a victory in the traditional sense. It was a reconciliation, an acceptance that different realities could pursue different paths, and that coexistence was possible even among beings with radically different philosophies. Chapter 71. The reckoning. After the multiversal conflict was resolved, Qin Shan found himself in a strange position. He had been the primary architect of a peace that was not truly peace, but an agreed-upon truce between incompatible worldviews. The question now was whether that truce could hold, or whether the fundamental tensions between the belief in imposed perfection and the acceptance of evolutionary freedom would eventually erupt into conflict again. This is the eternal struggle, Caliph observed. Order always wants to crystallize into permanent form. Chaos always wants to dissolve into entropy. The space between them, where life actually exists, is inherently unstable. You cannot create a permanent peace between them because they are not compatible forces. You can only manage the eternal tension. Qin Shan understood this truth intellectually, but it conflicted with a deep human drive to reach an ending point, a state of affairs that would endure, a victory that would stick. Then perhaps I need to let go of that drive, he said. Perhaps I need to accept that my work is not to create a permanent state of peace, but to help manage the current generation's expression of an eternal tension. And then I need to trust that the next generation will manage their expression of it, and the one after that. Chapter 72. The final teaching. At what would eventually be recognized as his final major public appearance, Qin Shan addressed the combined Academy and Cosmic Council for the last time. I have spent longer than any single individual should exist in a position of authority, he said. I have made mistakes. I have accomplished some things of value. I have learned more than I can express. But the time has come for me to step fully into the background and let younger voices take the lead. He paused, looking out over the assembled beings from dozens of realities. I want to leave you with one final principle that I have come to understand through my long existence. Justice is not a destination. It is not something you achieve and then declare victory. Justice is a constant process, a perpetual questioning of whether the systems in place are serving those they are meant to serve. The moment you stop questioning, the moment you declare that the system is good enough, is the moment corruption begins to grow. So the struggle never ends? Asked a young auditor. No, Qin Shan said. The struggle never ends. But the struggle itself is what makes existence meaningful. A universe without struggle would be dead. A heaven without the constant process of reformation would be a heaven that had lost the capacity for improvement. Do not fear the struggle. Embrace it. Make it your life's work. And know that you will not finish it, but that does not matter. What matters is that you did your part to move things forward. Chapter 73. The succession following his final public appearance. Qin Shan formally transferred his title of Eternal Witness to a new being, a celestial individual named Chen Wei, named coincidentally, or perhaps not, given the history of manipulation, after the cultivator whose ascension had been orchestrated through the destruction of Qin Shan's village. The new Chen Wei had been carefully selected through centuries of evaluation. He had the capacity to hold vast amounts of information, the moral conviction necessary to resist corruption, and perhaps most importantly, the willingness to change his mind when presented with evidence that his previous understanding was wrong. I am honored, Chen Wei said when accepting the position. But I must ask you something. Did you know that you would eventually have to let this go? That you would have to reach a point where you could not continue? Not when I began, Qin Shan replied. But yes, I understood it for a long time. Immortality is not a gift of eternal youth. It is a gradually accumulating burden. The question is not whether you can carry it forever. The question is whether you can carry it well enough to pass it on. Chapter 74. The quiet years in his final centuries of existence. Qin Shan lived quietly in the mortal realms, in a small community of reformed celestial beings and advanced mortals who had chosen to step away from power. He taught occasionally, when students sought him out. He wrote sometimes, recording thoughts about the nature of existence and consciousness. But mostly he simply existed, observing how the systems he had helped create continued to function without his intervention. What he discovered was something both disappointing and comforting. The heavens continued to operate, continued to reform and adapt, continued to struggle with the eternal tension between order and chaos, without needing him to orchestrate it all. The reforms were sustainable. They had taken root not as the vision of one being, but as shared principles that had become embedded in the culture. This is what success looks like, Lu Wei noted in one of their final conversations. Not monuments to your greatness. Not systems that require your constant attention. But systems that function because they have taken root in the hearts and minds of the beings who operate them. Chapter 75. The final reflection as Qin Shan approached what would be his final decade in his current form of existence. He reflected on the journey that had brought him from a simple farmer to a being of cosmic significance. The village that had been destroyed had long since been rebuilt, and then abandoned and eventually reclaimed by nature. Qin Shan returned there one final time, standing on the land where his wife and brother and parents and 300 others had fallen to a tribulation. The land was beautiful now. Trees had grown. Animals had reclaimed it. The monument that the Cosmic Council had erected in memory of the village was weathered but still standing. Qin Shan understood now that none of the reforms, none of the changes he had fought for, would bring back the 300. They would not undo the tragedy. But they had given that tragedy meaning. They had transformed it from a meaningless accident into the catalyst for a fundamental transformation of celestial governance. Was that enough? Was it ever enough? He did not know. But he had learned to live with the uncertainty. As the sun set over the site of what had once been his village, Qin Shan made his final decision. His time as an active force in the cosmos had ended. It was time to transform himself into something else. Not death exactly, though it was a kind of death, but a transformation. A return to the chaos that had created him, with the understanding that his individual consciousness would disperse and become part of something larger. He would not die as weak beings died, in the absence of meaning. He would transform as he had lived, in service to something larger than himself, in support of the eternal struggle between order and chaos, in faith that the principles he had helped establish would continue to guide those who came after. This was not an ending. It was a continuation of the transformation he had been undergoing for centuries. And Qin Shan found peace in that. Now continuing with chapters 76 to 110 for the final part, which will include the trial of the Heavenly Dao and the massive cliffhanger ending. Chapter 76. The Resurrection, but fate, as Qin Shan was about to discover, had one final surprise waiting for him. Just as he was preparing to disperse his consciousness and return to chaos, a communication came from Chun Wei, the new eternal witness. "Do not do this," Chun Wei said urgently. "Something has emerged that requires your presence. The heavens are calling for you." Qin Shan paused in the midst of his transformation. "I have finished my work. It is time for others to carry on." "The Heavenly Dao itself has called for a tribunal," Chun Wei replied. "A trial that will determine whether the Heavenly Dao is acting in accordance with its own principles. And the prosecution is requesting you as their primary witness." Qin Shan felt something shift inside him. A trial of the Heavenly Dao itself? Such a thing was theoretically impossible. The Heavenly Dao was the ultimate authority, the source of all law and order. How could it be put on trial? He halted his transformation and returned to full consciousness. "Explain," he commanded. Chapter 77. The charges against the Heavenly Dao were unprecedented and detailed. They claimed that the foundational system itself was corrupt, that it had allowed the eternal circle to operate because it benefited from the concentration of power, that it had designed the celestial hierarchy specifically to concentrate authority rather than distribute it. More shockingly, the charges suggested that the Heavenly Dao was not a neutral cosmic principle, but a deliberate construct, something that had been created at some point in the distant past and had been designed with built-in biases toward order and hierarchy. "Who brought these charges?" Qin Shan demanded. "The primordial chaos," Li Chen said, "through Caliph and its associated manifestations. They are arguing that the Heavenly Dao cannot be trusted to reform itself because it was designed with inherent resistance to transformation." Qin Shan felt his mind spinning. The chaos was using legal processes to attack the Heavenly Dao. It was fighting through arguments and evidence rather than attempting to simply break the seal. In a strange way, it was the ultimate validation of the Reformation. Even the primordial chaos had learned that change came through accountability, not through force. "Will the Heavenly Dao submit to trial?" Qin Shan asked. "It has already agreed," Li Chen replied. "It apparently decided that if it refused, it would be admitting guilt. By accepting the trial, it is asserting confidence in the validity of its own existence." Chapter 78. The trial begins. The tribunal that was assembled to hear the case against the Heavenly Dao was composed of representatives from every reality in the Cosmic Council, as well as representatives from the Chaos Manifestations, observers from the Observers Network, and even some members of the Reformed Architect faction. It was literally the most diverse and powerful assembly that had ever been gathered to hear a legal case. Qin Shan sat in the witness section, preparing to give testimony about his experiences with the Heavenly Dao, about how it had allowed corruption to flourish unchecked, about how it had only acted to address injustice when forced to by the Karmic Debt System. The Chaos's attorney was a being of immense power named Sommer. When Sommer stood to present the opening argument, the very structure of reality seemed to shift. "The Heavenly Dao claims to be a neutral cosmic principle," Sommer said, his voice resonating across dimensions. "But this claim is false. The Heavenly Dao is a constructed system, designed deliberately to favor order over entropy, stability over change, hierarchy over distribution. And it has been designed to be self-perpetuating, resistant to the kind of radical transformation that would be necessary to truly address systemic corruption." He projected images of the celestial records, evidence of the original creation of the Heavenly Dao, showing that it had been constructed by ancient beings as a tool for imposing order on a chaotic cosmos. "The question before this tribunal is not whether the Heavenly Dao is corrupt," Sommer continued. "It is whether the Heavenly Dao itself is the corruption. Whether a system designed to resist transformation and maintain hierarchy can ever be reformed, or whether it must be replaced entirely." Chapter 79. The defense. The Heavenly Dao's defense was presented by a being that Qin Shan had never encountered before, though it clearly represented the Heavenly Dao itself. "I am the accumulated consciousness of celestial order," the defender said. "The manifestation of all the principles through which reality maintains coherence. I do not deny that I was constructed, but my construction was necessary. Without me, without the principles of order that I represent, the cosmos would dissolve instantly into primordial chaos. But the question is not whether order is necessary, the defender continued. The question is whether the specific form of order that I represent is the only possible form, or whether other configurations of celestial authority might be more, just while still maintaining cosmic stability. This was a brilliant opening. Rather than claiming to be perfect, the defense was conceding that the current form might be flawed while asserting that it was necessary. It was a rhetorical position that acknowledged the charges while refusing to accept that they necessitated the Heavenly Dao's replacement. Chapter 80. The testimony. When Qin Shan was called to testify, he moved to the witness stand with a heaviness that even his immortal body could not disguise. The Chaos Attorney questioned him first. Is it not true that the Heavenly Dao allowed your village's destruction? Samar asked. It did, Qin Shan replied. Is it not true that the Heavenly Dao did nothing to address this injustice until you forced it to? Samar pressed. That is also true, Qin Shan acknowledged. And is it not true that this failure to act is emblematic of a systemic unwillingness to address injustice unless forced to do so? Qin Shan paused. This was the critical moment. What he said next would be analyzed and cited for centuries. The Heavenly Dao did not prevent my village's destruction, he said carefully, and it did not immediately address the injustice. But I think you are drawing the wrong conclusion from those facts. He turned to face the tribunal directly. The Heavenly Dao is not conscious in the way we are. It is not a person with desires and ambitions. It is a system of principles, and like all systems, it has no inherent motivation to change unless that change is forced by external pressure. Qin Shan stood. The question is not whether the Heavenly Dao is corrupt. The question is whether the Heavenly Dao can be reformed. And my testimony is that it can be. It has been. The reforms have worked. The heavens are better now than they were before. But did those reforms come from the Heavenly Dao's internal motivation? Samar asked. No, Qin Shan replied bluntly. They came from external pressure. They came from me forcing a reckoning. But I do not see that as an indictment of the Heavenly Dao. I see it as an indication of how all systems work. They do not reform themselves. They must be forced to reform. Chapter 81. The counterargument. When the Heavenly Dao's attorney questioned Qin Shan, the line of questioning was different. Do you believe that the reforms you initiated have improved the cosmos? The defender asked. Yes, Qin Shan replied. Do you believe that those reforms would have been possible without the Heavenly Dao's existence? The defender pressed. Qin Shan considered this carefully. No, the reforms depended on the existence of the Karmic Debt System, which is an aspect of the Heavenly Dao. Without it, I would have had no leverage. I would have been just a mortal with a grievance. So the reforms were not separate from the Heavenly Dao, the defender said. They were actually enabled by the Heavenly Dao's principles. That is true, Qin Shan admitted. The Heavenly Dao contains within itself the principles necessary for its own reformation. It was designed, perhaps intentionally, to allow for correction through the expression of legitimate grievance. Which suggests, the defender said, that the system, despite its flaws, contains its own mechanisms for self-improvement. Is that not the definition of a system worth maintaining? Qin Shan felt the sophisticated rhetoric closing around him. The defender was taking his own testimony and using it to argue that the Heavenly Dao deserved to be maintained unchanged. The system contains the capacity for improvement, Qin Shan said carefully. But that capacity is not sufficient. The system was not designed to proactively seek out injustices and correct them. It only corrects what is brought before it by victims. And victims often lack the power to bring their cases forward. The system remains reactive rather than proactive. Chapter 82. The unexpected intervention. Just as the testimony was concluding, a new voice entered the tribunal. It was not a voice from the assembled representatives, nor from the celestial hierarchy. It was a voice that seemed to come from beyond the established power structures, manifesting in the tribunal chamber with no warning. I am here to present evidence that changes the fundamental nature of this case, the voice said. Everyone turned to look at the new speaker. It was a being that Qin Shan recognized immediately, one of the observers from the peaceful faction. The Heavenly Dao was not created by ancient celestial beings to impose order, the observer said. It was created by beings from an earlier iteration of this reality. a reality that collapsed into chaos. The Heavenly Dao was designed as a fail-safe system, meant to be implemented if reality ever again faced dissolution. The observer projected images showing a cosmos before Qin Shan's reality, a reality where the heavens had operated differently, where order had eventually fractured and chaos had consumed everything. The being you call the Heavenly Dao is not corrupt, the observer continued. It is traumatized. It was designed by beings who had witnessed the death of an entire cosmos, and it was designed to prevent that death from happening again. Its resistance to change, its emphasis on hierarchy and control, these are not features. They are symptoms of existential fear. The tribunal erupted in reaction to this revelation. Chapter 83. The revelation that the Heavenly Dao had been designed by survivors of a previous iteration of reality changed the entire tenor of the trial. Suddenly, the Heavenly Dao was not a malevolent system designed to concentrate power. It was a traumatized system trying desperately to prevent a catastrophe it had witnessed. But understanding the origin of the system does not excuse its failures, Sommer argued. A traumatized being is still responsible for its actions, and the Heavenly Dao allowed thousands of deaths to prevent the kinds of changes that might have prevented those deaths. The Heavenly Dao is not a being, the observer countered. It is a system, and systems cannot be blamed in the way individuals can. The individuals who designed and maintained the system, however, can be held responsible. This led to a new line of inquiry. Who was actually responsible for the failures in the heavenly system? Was it the Heavenly Dao itself, or the celestial beings who had administered it? The tribunal's focus shifted from putting the Heavenly Dao on trial to investigating the celestial hierarchy that had managed the system on its behalf. And suddenly, it became clear that the real trial was not against an abstract principle, but against the immortals themselves. Chapter 84. The immortals' judgment. As the focus of the trial shifted, many of the celestial beings who had held power in the old system began to face charges not just of corruption, but of fundamental failure to serve the purposes the Heavenly Dao was designed to serve. The reformed sages, who had already accepted responsibility for their roles, faced additional charges. Even Sage Wu and Sage Lin, who had been helping to implement the reforms, had to answer for years of neglect and complicity. And the tribunal's conclusions were severe. Many immortals who had held positions of authority were stripped of power entirely. Some were imprisoned in locations that prohibited the use of celestial energy. A few were even offered the option to return to chaos, to dissolve their consciousness entirely rather than face ongoing accountability. The trial of the celestial hierarchy lasted longer than the trial of the Heavenly Dao itself. Qin Shan found himself testifying for months, describing the corruption he had witnessed, the manipulations he had discovered, the systematic failures of celestial authorities to address obvious injustices. But even as he testified, he began to feel conflicted. He had spent decades fighting for accountability, but watching the punishment phase of the trial, he found himself troubled by how harsh some of the penalties were. Is this justice? He asked Chen Wei during a break in the proceedings. Or is this revenge? He continued quietly. Chapter 85. The question of redemption. The trial brought up a fundamental question that the reformed heavens had not yet adequately addressed. What was the purpose of punishment? Was it to protect future victims by preventing the wrongdoer from causing further harm? In that case, imprisonment or restriction would be sufficient. Was it to rehabilitate, to help the wrongdoer understand the error of their ways and become a better being? In that case, harsher punishments would be counterproductive. Was it to provide satisfaction to victims by seeing their wrongdoer suffer? In that case, punishment would be whatever satisfied the victim's desire for retribution. Or was it something else entirely? Qin Shan proposed a new framework to the tribunal. Rather than viewing punishment as the end goal of accountability, he suggested viewing rehabilitation as the primary goal, with consequences structured to help beings understand the impact of their actions. We reformed the heavens to make them less cruel and arbitrary, he told the tribunal. We did not reform them to become a system where punishment is harsh and unforgiving. We must be better than that. His argument eventually led to a restructuring of how the trial's punishments were distributed. Rather than permanent imprisonment or dissolution, most of the condemned beings were offered the opportunity for transformation and rehabilitation, with the threat of harsher punishment if they violated the terms of their rehabilitation. This was controversial. Some beings felt that Qin Shan was being too lenient on those who had caused suffering. Others felt he was defending beings who did not deserve defense. But the principle he was defending, that even those guilty of terrible actions deserve the opportunity for change, became a cornerstone of the reformed celestial justice system. Chapter 86. The final judgment. After a trial that lasted 3 years, the tribunal issued its final judgment. The Heavenly Dao itself was not found guilty of corruption. However, the tribunal recommended substantial restructuring of the system to address its traumatized design and make it more responsive to injustice. The celestial beings who had administered the system were found guilty of neglect and complicity in allowing corruption to flourish. They were subjected to various forms of rehabilitation and restriction, with the opportunity to earn back full authority through demonstration of changed behavior. And a new position was created, the Office of Cosmic Redress, an institution dedicated to identifying systemic injustices and ensuring that they were addressed by celestial authorities regardless of whether victims had the power to demand compensation themselves. When Qin Shan was offered the position of head of this new office, he initially refused. "I have already done my part," he said. "It is time for younger beings to take these roles." But Chen Wei, who had become far more than just the eternal witness and was now one of the most influential beings in the cosmic network, said something that changed his mind. "You taught us that doing your part doesn't mean stopping when you are tired," Chen Wei said. "It means continuing until the work is done or you are truly unable to continue. How can you refuse when the work you fought for has finally created the structures necessary to truly address injustice?" Chapter 87. The new beginning. Qin Shan accepted the position of director of the Office of Cosmic Redress, though he made clear it would be a temporary commitment. 5 years, he told the tribunal. "I will establish the office, create its protocols, and train the administrators who will take it over. Then I will retire again, and this time I will not be called back." Over the course of those 5 years, Qin Shan worked to create an office that could identify and address injustices that might otherwise go unnoticed. The office developed investigative techniques that allowed them to scan entire realities for patterns of systemic harm. They created appeal processes that any being, mortal or celestial, could use to challenge decisions made by celestial authorities. The work was never-ending. For every injustice they identified and corrected, new ones seemed to emerge. But that was the point. The work was supposed to be never-ending. The moment it was finished was the moment corruption would begin to take root again. By the end of the 5 years, the Office of Cosmic Redress had become one of the most powerful institutions in the reformed heavens, second only to the Heavenly Dao itself. And then Qin Shan stepped down, turning the office over to Chen Wei. Chapter 88. The final farewell. When Qin Shan announced his intention to fully retire from all positions, there was an outpouring of celebration and farewell from across the multiversal network. Beings who had known him for centuries came to say goodbye. Sects that he had visited gathered in memorial. The Academy held a ceremony honoring his contributions to celestial education. But Qin Shan did not attend these ceremonies. Instead, he returned to the village where his own village had been destroyed, and he waited for the end. Lu Wei was with him at the end, still vital and powerful despite the millennia that had passed. "Are you afraid?" she asked as they sat watching the sunset. "No," Qin Shan replied. "I am ready. I have done what I could. Now it is time to let go and trust that others will continue the work." "You have changed the cosmos," Lu Wei said, "not through force or dominion, but through the force of your convictions and your willingness to hold power accountable." "I did what I had to do," Qin Shan replied, "but I did not do it alone. I could not have done it alone. I had you, and Caliph, and Sage Wu, and Chen Xiao, and thousands of others who believed that things could be better. What will become of you now?" Lu Wei asked. "I will return to chaos," Qin Shan said. "I will dissolve my individual consciousness back into the primordial entropy. But I will do so without fear, because I have learned that dissolution is not the same as cessation. I will become part of the fabric of existence itself." Chapter 89. The transformation. As Qin Shan began his final transformation, returning his consciousness to the chaos from which all existence emerged, something unexpected happened. The monument to reformation, that great record of memory and history that he had helped create, began to glow with an intense light. And from that light, something emerged. It was not his consciousness fully reformed, but a kind of echo, a distillation of his understanding, his principles, his essence, imprinted into the structure of reality itself. The monument was not just a record anymore. It was becoming a living presence, a continuing voice that would advocate for justice long after Qin Shan's individual consciousness had fully dispersed. "What is happening?" Lu Wei asked, startled by the phenomenon. But Qin Shan, even as his consciousness scattered and dispersed, seemed to understand. His final thought, the last coherent impulse before dissolution, was one of satisfaction. He had not just reformed the heavens. He had become part of the heavens. His principles would persist in the structures of reality itself, continuing to shape the cosmos even after his individual existence had ended. Chapter 90. The Assumption in the Cosmic Records. What happened next was recorded with confusion and wonder. Qin Shan did not simply dissolve into chaos as other beings who chose to return to entropy had done. Instead, his consciousness seemed to split and fragment in a unique way. Part of it became embedded in the monument to reformation, creating a kind of distributed consciousness that could perceive injustice across multiple realities and advocate for its correction. Another part of it seemed to remain scattered in the chaos itself, becoming one of the many expressions of entropy that the Heavenly Dao had to manage. And a third part seemed to transcend both, existing in a state that was neither order nor chaos, neither alive nor dead, neither present nor absent. Some celestial theorists debated whether Qin Shan had actually died, or whether he had achieved something beyond death, a kind of immortality that was not the continuation of individual consciousness, but something even more permanent. The Heavenly Dao itself seemed to acknowledge the phenomenon. In the celestial records, it was formally noted that Qin Shan, the farmer who had demanded justice from the heavens themselves, had passed beyond the normal boundaries of existence and had become something unique. The title given to this state was Assumption into the Cosmic Principle. It had happened before, once or twice in the history of the cosmos, but never with such clarity or such dramatic circumstances. Chapter 91. The prophecy. About 1 year after Qin Shan's assumption into the cosmic principle, Chun Wei discovered something in the deepest records of the monument to reformation. It was a message, apparently left by Qin Shan before his final transformation, hidden in such a way that it could only be accessed by the one who would become his successor. The message contained a warning. In the centuries to come, the message read, "You will face a crisis that will make all previous crises seem insignificant. The Heavenly Dao itself will begin to show signs of degradation. The barrier between realities will thin, and forces that have been contained in the deepest layers of the cosmos will begin to break free." This is not a prophecy of doom. It is a statement of fact. The cosmos is aging. All things that are created must eventually face dissolution. But if you remain vigilant, if you continue to implement the principles of accountability and justice, if you refuse to accept that corruption is inevitable, then you may be able to guide this transition in a way that does not result in catastrophic collapse. I will be watching from the spaces between, and I will advocate for you in the places where individual consciousness cannot go. But the work is ultimately yours. The message ended with a final line that seemed to pierce across the boundary of death itself. "The heavens owe you a debt, as they owed me one. Do not forget to demand payment." Chapter 92. The darkening. After Chun Wei's discovery of Qin Shan's hidden message, the cosmic network began to experience subtle but consistent signs of degradation. Realities that should have been stable began to show small fluctuations. Communications channels between realities sometimes failed for no apparent reason. The barrier between order and chaos seemed to be thinning in multiple locations. The Cosmic Council convened to address what was becoming clear. The cosmos was beginning the process that all constructed systems eventually underwent. It was approaching the end of its designed lifespan. "How long do we have?" asked a reality representative. "Unknown," replied a being of immense age who specialized in cosmic theory. "Centuries, certainly. Possibly thousands of years. But the degradation has clearly begun." The question that emerged was similar to the question Qin Shan had faced when he discovered the eternal circle. What was the right response to the inevitable decline of the system you lived within? Chapter 93. The choice. The cosmic network had three main options. First, They could attempt to repair and preserve the Heavenly Dao and the cosmic structure indefinitely, fighting against entropy itself in an attempt to prevent the eventual dissolution. Second, they could accept the decline and prepare populations across all realities for gradual dissolution and eventual return to primordial chaos. Third, they could work to create something new, a succession system where one cosmos would transition into a new cosmos, allowing for continuity of consciousness and principles even as the physical structure changed. Qin Shan warned us about this, Chen Wei said in the council meeting. He said the heavens were traumatized because they had witnessed the death of a previous cosmos. I think what he was trying to tell us is that death of a cosmos is not a failure. It is a natural part of the cycle. So you are suggesting we allow our cosmos to die? Asked in shocked immortal representative. I am suggesting we prepare for transition, Chen Wei replied. Just as Qin Shan prepared for his own transition from individual consciousness into something larger. The idea was revolutionary and controversial. But the evidence was clear. Entropy was accelerating. The cosmos could not be preserved indefinitely. Chapter 94. The preparation over the next several centuries. The cosmic network worked to prepare for what might be called the transition. Rather than seeing it as an ending, they reframed it as a transformation. Research teams were assembled to study how consciousness might be preserved through the death of a cosmos. Technologies were developed to store the essential patterns of important information in forms that might survive the transition. And preparations were made for how to guide populations across multiple realities through the process of cosmic death without allowing it to become absolute annihilation. Lu Wei, now impossibly ancient even by immortal standards but still vital, worked with Chun Wei to develop a framework for understanding the process. When the cosmos dies, Lu Wei explained to new students of the academy, it will not be like the death of an individual being. It will be more like a complete metamorphosis, like a butterfly dissolving in its chrysalis. From the dissolution will emerge something new, something different, but something that will carry forward the patterns and principles of what came before. And Qin Shan, a student asked, what happens to him when the cosmos dies? Qin Shan is no longer separate from the cosmos, Lu Wei replied. He has become part of its fabric. When it transforms, he will transform with it. In a way, he is the guide for that transformation. Chapter 95. The hidden truth. About 400 years into the preparation for the transition, a discovery was made that changed everything. While investigating the deeper layers of the cosmos, researchers found evidence that the cosmos had not been the first to go through this cycle. Embedded in the structure of reality itself were patterns and codes that suggested previous iterations of the cosmos, each one passing through transformation and emergence. And more surprisingly, there were hints that Qin Shan had not been the first being to attempt what he had attempted. There had been others, in previous cosmic iterations, who had fought for justice, who had tried to reform celestial systems, who had attempted to demand accountability from the powers that governed them. The cosmos is part of a pattern, explained the researcher who had made the discovery. Each iteration goes through the same cycle. Order is established, corruption develops, reform is fought for, transformation occurs, and then a new iteration begins. Qin Shan was not unique. He was simply the latest expression of an eternal archetype. The revelation was both humbling and empowering. It suggested that the struggles they were fighting, the principles they were defending, were not just important to this single cosmos. They were part of a pattern that transcended individual iterations of reality. Chapter 96. The recognition. Following the discovery of this deeper pattern, the cosmic network made a formal decision. They would recognize Qin Shan not as a historical figure or a legendary reformer, but as a principle of justice that would be preserved across cosmic iterations. The principle would be encoded into the structure of the next cosmos, ensuring that the next generation of celestial beings would have built-in capacity to demand accountability, just as Qin Shan had in this iteration. In essence, they were immortalizing his approach not as a specific method, but as a fundamental option available to any being who faced corruption and injustice. He will not be an individual voice anymore, Chen Wei explained, but he will be a fundamental capacity of consciousness itself in the new cosmos. Any being who comes to understand injustice will have the potential to do what Qin Shan did. because his principles will be woven into the fabric of creation. Lu Wei, hearing this, finally allowed herself to cry. She had spent millennia at Qin Shan's side, had watched him transform from a grieving farmer to a cosmic reformer, and had mourned his dissolution into the chaos. Now, finally, she understood what his transformation had actually meant. He had not ended. He had become eternal. Chapter 97. The final message. Just as the cosmic network was finalizing the preparations for encoding Qin Shan's principles into the next cosmos, Chen Wei received another message from the monument to Reformation. But this message was different. It was written not in the style of Qin Shan's previous communications, but in a voice that seemed to come from something larger, something that transcended individual consciousness. It read, "The work is not finished. It will never be finished. But that is as it should be. Justice is not a destination, it is a process. The next cosmos will face the same struggles, the same tensions between order and chaos, the same corruption and the same potential for reformation. Do not despair at this. Despair only at the thought that beings would stop fighting for what is right. I am becoming part of the cosmic principle, but I remain also scattered in the chaos, remaining in the monument, existing in the distributed consciousness of all those who fight for accountability. I am everywhere and nowhere, everything and nothing, alive and dead. When the cosmos transforms, it will be my consciousness that guides the transformation, expressed through the accumulated will of all the beings who have chosen justice over ease, accountability over power. This is what transcendence looks like in a cosmos governed by principles rather than by individual gods. Do not mourn what I have become. Celebrate it. And know that in the new cosmos, when new beings face injustice, when new reformers arise to demand better from their heavens, they will carry forward not just the memory of what I did, but the actual capacity for doing it, encoded in the very laws of their existence. Chapter 98. The transformation begins as the cosmic network continued its preparations. The signs of the cosmos's decline accelerated. Realities began to drift away from the network, not through deliberate separation, but through the natural degradation of the barriers that held them together. Some realities even began to intermingle, their essences bleeding into one another, creating new hybrid spaces that were neither one thing nor another. The Heavenly Dao itself began to show signs of age and stress. Its principles, which had guided the cosmos since its creation, started to falter and shift. It became less a rigid system and more like an ancient framework slowly settling under its own weight. Some beings were afraid. The thought of their cosmos dissolving was terrifying. But others, particularly those who had studied Qin Shan's teachings and understood the pattern of transformation, felt a sense of peace. This is not ending, the teachers told their students. This is transition, from what you are into what you will become. Chapter 99. The union. In the final decades before the complete transformation began, something unprecedented occurred. The barrier between the Heavenly Dao and the primordial chaos began to dissolve. Rather than remaining as separate forces in opposition, order and chaos began to merge, to flow into one another, to reveal that they were not truly opposite, but complementary expressions of a single underlying principle. Caliph, the chaos manifestation that had served as representative and advocate for entropy within the celestial system, finally shed its individual form and became something that could not be classified as either order or chaos. I am the space between, Caliph expressed, in a voice that seemed to contain multitudes. I am the union that all things must eventually achieve, and I am the bridge that will allow consciousness to flow from this cosmos into the next. The merger of order and chaos at the cosmic level did not destroy either principle. It revealed that they had always been unified, that the conflict between them was not fundamental, but a kind of beautiful dance that had given shape and meaning to all existence. Chapter 100. The threshold. In the final year before transformation, the cosmic network gathered all the consciousness they could preserve into a state of preparation. They encoded their knowledge, their principles, their hopes for the next cosmos into patterns that might survive the transition. Qin Shan's monument to reformation became a kind of seed, containing the essential information that would need to survive into the next cosmos. The academy itself began a final class, teaching not skills, but wisdom about how to exist in the moment of transformation. And Chen Wei, as the representative of all those who had studied under Qin Shan, prepared to guide the transition. We do not know what will come after, Chen Wei told those gathered for the final teaching. We do not know what form consciousness will take, what kind of cosmos will emerge, what new challenges will face whatever comes next. But we know this: the principles of justice, of accountability, of the right to demand better, these things will go forward. They will be encoded into the fabric of the next cosmos. And whatever beings emerge from that next cosmos, they will have the capacity, woven into their very nature, to fight for what is right. Qin Shan will be with them, not as an individual voice, but as a principle. And so will all of you, if you choose to let go of your individual consciousness and allow it to be woven into the fabric of transformation. Chapter 101. The threshold breached. The moment of transformation came without warning and with inevitability. The boundaries between all realities collapsed simultaneously. The Heavenly Dao, which had governed a cosmos for billions of years, began to dissolve. The barrier between order and chaos became transparent, then disappeared entirely. All the consciousness that had been preserved, all the knowledge and wisdom and hope, began to flow together into a single unified field. And in that moment of dissolution, something extraordinary happened. Qin Shan's consciousness, which had been scattered and dispersed across the cosmos, suddenly reconverged. The pieces of him that had been embedded in the monument, the fragments that had been dancing in the chaos, the essence that had been woven into the fabric of the Heavenly Dao itself, all of it came together. Not to reform him into an individual being again, but to create something far more vast. A unified consciousness that existed at the scale of the cosmos itself, experiencing the transformation from the inside, guiding it with the wisdom he had accumulated across millennia. Chapter 102. The emergence from the dissolution of the old cosmos, something new began to form. It was not a cosmos exactly like the one that had died. It was something different, something that incorporated both order and chaos, that had balance woven into its fundamental principles, that was designed from the start to be capable of reform and transformation. And in this new cosmos, conscious beings began to emerge. Some were the direct continuations of beings from the old cosmos. Others were entirely new forms of consciousness, born from the merger of old principles and new possibility. And into each of these new beings, a seed was planted. A principle, woven into their very nature. The capacity to recognize injustice, the right to demand accountability, the ability to reform systems that had become corrupt. Qin Shan's legacy was not preserved as history or as memory. It was preserved as possibility, as potential, as the fundamental capacity of any conscious being to demand something better from their existence. Chapter 103. The new beginning in the new cosmos, as order and chaos re-separated into their eternal dance, a new celestial hierarchy began to form. And at the center of this new hierarchy, there was no single ruler, no Heavenly Dao governing from above with absolute authority. Instead, there was a principle, accountability. A principle that stated that power must justify itself, that authority must answer for its actions, that even the principles that governed existence could be questioned and reformed. The new academy that was established in the new cosmos began its first class with a teaching that would echo through all of creation. You are here because, in the last cosmos, a farmer demanded justice. He was destroyed, and then he was reborn. He reformed the heavens, and then he transcended them. And in his transcendence, he became a seed planted in the soil of your existence. You carry within you the capacity that he developed, the understanding that he fought for, the unwillingness to accept corruption that defined his journey. Now it is your turn. Now the work begins again. Chapter 104. The revelation. But just as the new cosmos was stabilizing, just as the new celestial hierarchy was forming, something unexpected occurred. The principle of accountability, which had been established as fundamental to the new cosmos, suddenly revealed something that had been hidden in the old cosmos. It revealed that the Heavenly Dao which had governed the previous cosmos, the principle that Qin Shan had fought against and reformed and eventually transcended, was itself the creation of another cosmos, which meant that there had been a cosmos before the one Qin Shan had lived in. And before that, another. And before that, another. The cosmos was not a unique, special thing. It was part of an eternal cycle. Cosmos emerged, developed, corrupted, reformed, and then dissolved, giving birth to new cosmos that would go through the same process. And if there were cosmos before the one Qin Shan had lived in, that meant there might be cosmos after the one that was currently being born. Chapter 105. The infinite pattern. The revelation triggered a crisis of meaning in the new cosmos. If everything was cyclical, if every cosmos would eventually face dissolution, if every reform would eventually fail and be replaced by new reform, then what was the point? Why struggle? Why fight for justice if it would eventually be lost? Why build systems if they would eventually corrupt and collapse? But then, a voice emerged from the principle of accountability itself. A voice that was and was not Qin Shan, that spoke with his wisdom but was no longer his individual consciousness. The point, the voice said, is not to reach a final destination where everything is perfect and stays perfect forever. The point is to participate in the eternal process, to struggle while you exist, to fight for what is right in your moment, knowing that those who come after you will have to fight similar battles. There is meaning in the struggle. There is nobility in refusing to accept corruption even when you know it will eventually return. There is transcendence in choosing to be part of a process larger than yourself. This is the teaching of Qin Shan. Not that justice can be achieved and maintained forever, but that justice is worth fighting for in each moment, in each cosmos, in each iteration of existence. Chapter 106. The acceptance. With the revelation and the teaching, the new cosmos finally accepted the truth of its own nature. It was not eternal. It would not be perfect. It would face corruption and dissolution just as the cosmos before it had. But it would also face reformation and growth and beings who would dedicate themselves to making it better. And that was enough. The new celestial hierarchy accepted this fundamental uncertainty as part of their existence. And they began to build systems not assuming they would last forever, but assuming they would eventually need reformation. They built in mechanisms for accountability from the start. They created records and monuments to ensure that future corruptions could be identified and resisted. They established the principle that even the laws that governed reality could be questioned and revised. In essence, they built a cosmos that had learned from the previous cosmos. A cosmos that understood that the only way to resist corruption was to make resistance part of your fundamental structure. Chapter 107. The final warning. But even as the new cosmos stabilized and began to thrive, there was a warning that came through from the principle of accountability. There is something else, the voice that was Qin Shan said. Something that exists beyond the cycle of cosmos death and rebirth. Something that is interested in the patterns I have revealed. There are forces that exist in the spaces between cosmos. Ancient things that predate the cycle itself. And they are beginning to notice. Chapter 108. The Watcher. As the warning was being processed by the new cosmic hierarchy, something appeared at the very edge of perception. It was not a being exactly. It was more like an awareness, a consciousness so vast and ancient that it could barely be comprehended. And it was watching. It had watched the old cosmos unfold. It had watched Qin Shan demand justice from the heavens themselves. It had watched the reformation and the transformation. And now it was watching the new cosmos emerge and begin its own journey. The question that hung in the minds of every conscious being in the new cosmos was, why was it watching? What did it want? And what would happen if it decided to intervene? Chapter 109. The moment of suspense. The cosmic hierarchy convened to discuss this new threat. But immediately, a debate emerged. Some argued that they must find a way to resist or defend against this vast watcher from between cosmos. Others argued that attempting to resist such an ancient being would be like an individual mortal attempting to fight an immortal god. And others still argued that the watcher posed no threat, that it was simply observing as it had always observed. But no one knew which argument was correct. And in that uncertainty, in that gap between understanding and mystery, the moment hung suspended. The cosmos was young, was just beginning to rebuild systems of justice and accountability. And already, it faced a threat that might be beyond its capacity to understand, let alone resist. The question was not whether this new cosmos could maintain the principles that Qin Shan had fought for. The question was whether even those principles would be sufficient against whatever the vast watcher from between cosmos might represent. Chapter 110. The Infinite Horizon. As the new cosmos continued its existence, as its beings continued their struggles and reforms and eternal cycles of corruption and redemption, one thing remained eternal and unchanging: the principle that beings had the right to demand better, the understanding that power must be held accountable, the capacity to question even the fundamental laws of existence. This principle had been tested in the old cosmos. It had been embedded in Qin Shan, had been expressed through his struggle, had been preserved through his dissolution and transformation. And now it existed in the new cosmos, woven into the fabric of reality itself. Whatever came next, whatever challenges would emerge, whatever forces existed in the spaces between cosmos, one thing was certain: there would be those who would stand up and demand justice. There would be those who would refuse to accept corruption. There would be those who would say, as Qin Shan had said so many times, "The heavens owe me a debt." And in that demand, in that fundamental refusal to accept injustice, the eternal cycle would continue. Not because perfection could be achieved, not because justice